All right, we're live, and I'm not sure if any members of the Night Gang have showed up yet in the chats, but in pure Night Gang style, it's about 9:47, and I am doing my live stream. So that's Pacific time. I don't know what time it's going to be for anybody who joins in. But anyhow, so this is the live stream where I let me make sure my audio is working too, just to make sure. Let's see here. Yes. Okay. Good. The audio is working. That's good. Okay. So this is the show where I basically hang out and work on book 2 of my graphic novel, 2 stories. That's generally what I do on these streams. Who am I? I'm Joshua Kemble. I'm an art director. I've been doing that for about 7 years. I've been a professional graphic designer and illustrator for over 15 years now. And I also, when I'm not doing that, am working on cartooning strange autobiographical independent comics. And anyhow, 2 Stories is my graphic novel, which you should order. That is a confessional graphic memoir that grapples with questions of faith, mental illness, depravity, and ultimately redemption in a fallen world. And it's a very personal story to me. And if you act now, it seems to be at a discounted rate on Amazon, although you kind of have to keep an eye out. The general retail price for it's about like $19.99 or something like that. And the last time I checked, it was like $13, which is a pretty good discount. That's almost half off. So I'm trying to also guide people to Amazon because their rankings really dictate how well books sell outside of the Amazon market. So yeah, so there's that. So pick that up if you're into these streams or any of my content and things like that. And also, needless to say, before I kind of get into it, you can subscribe to this channel. I don't know if you're watching through Twitch or through YouTube. The majority of my following is on YouTube, and I stream to both. But if you're watching from Twitch, make sure you hit that follow. And if you're watching from YouTube, make sure you hit the subscribe and the bell. I guess there's like a bell that'll give you notifications when these are about to go live. And if you guys know, like the streams get pretty fun and rowdy, usually into the wee hours of the morning, because they tend to go fairly late. I am hoping, as I usually am, that it probably won't take that long to do. But what I'm working on, let me explain what I'm going to be working on during the stream. And I'll probably just be talking about different issues and ideas and thoughts and creative stuff. But in theory, what I'm hoping will only take like an hour or so is panel 1 and of this page, which is page 5 of a pitch project that I've been kind of sidetracked from my main 2 Stories book 2 to working on this pitch proposal for my literary agent to shop around. And my hope is that like when my literary agent gets these pages and we have a full script, like my sister wrote a really good script and she's repped by the same literary agent as I have. And our hope is that we can kind of shop this around and hopefully get a decent book deal for it. And then in theory, my thought is while this is being shopped around, I can be completing book 2 of 2 Stories and have another graphic novel out, and so it goes. But I do graphic novels sincerely out of passion and care and interest in the medium. I think it's like the best way to tell stories. It's not the most financially rewarding way to tell stories, but I like the fact that it's one of the few mediums where, like with 2 Stories, I can write, draw, create the entire story just myself, and I don't need a team to do it. And even in the case of this, where it's a collaborative story, I like the authorship of it. Like my sister wrote a really brilliant script, but the way that I'm going to be interpreting this art is very much my own interpretation that can either further and complement and add nuance and detail to the story and enrich it, or it can pull away from it. And so that's why I've been spending so much time on these pitches. That's a really long intro. But right now what I want to do is kind of get into finishing this page, because once I'm done with page 5, I can get right back on the train of getting my second graphic novel done. So that's a lot about me. But yeah, let's get into it. I'm going to have some coffee real quick, and then we're going to get knee deep into the creation of this. So I've been doing a really weird technique for this that's a little unusual for me. People who are familiar with Two Stories will know that that's a comic that I actually handwrite, hand letter, and hand ink. And this comic book pitch that we're working on has a totally different stylistic tone. So it's much more similar to like the roughs that I've been doing for Two Stories, except kind of seeing that method, like that kind of drawing method, furthered and kind of pushed to a completion level. And part of why I've chosen this style for these particular pitches that we're going to be shopping around is that it allows for a little bit more grays. Like, Two Stories is just flat black and white with quite a bit of cross hatching and stuff like that. But I wanted something with a more kind of misty tone. And so I decided to do sort of more of a pencil rendered look for these panels, because it just fit the story better. And the story deals with a lot of, I can't get into the details of the story because it's something we're going to be shopping around to publishers. But what I can say is it's definitely a story that is like a Victorian themed story that deals with some spiritualism and some like very like ghostly things. And so when it's dealing with that kind of subject matter, what better way than having like a pencil rendering kind of vibe to the work? So that's kind of what I'm doing, and we'll just kind of have to see how successful that is once the pitches are done. I did finish black and white and color versions of this for the first 4 pages, and I think I started this about 2 weeks. I think I'm going on the 3rd week of working on this pitch page thing. So that's not too bad considering I'm doing these pages, working on them, carving on them on the weekends, and then also on top of my day job where I work as an art director. And so I feel like that's pretty okay progress. And it'll hopefully be manageable if it ends up getting picked up. But I am also equally excited because I'm really looking forward to getting back to book 2 of Two Stories, because that I'm doing through Marcosia Enterprises, and they're already kind of in agreement to put out book 2. And so obviously, like, the quicker I can do book 2, the better. And then I think we might be joined by my buddy Jim Lujan in a little bit as well. And so we'll see if he can manage to hop on. Let's see. He was saying he's going to try live streaming from his phone. So cool. Let me actually say, I'm going to remind him to. Okay. So I was just like reminding him of how to kind of make it work on his phone if he wants to join in the stream. So yeah, so we'll see how this goes, but my hope for tonight is just to like finish this panel here, which is just 2 heads. So like it shouldn't take that long to do just 2 heads with a simple background, but I usually say that, like, anybody who follows these streams will probably know that often I will say, like, oh, this won't take that long, and then it'll be like 3 a.m. when I've completed. So yeah, so the method that I'm using for this too is not like really using any special brushes or anything like that. I'm literally using the Kyle Ultimate Pencil Hard Brush, which I believe is just part of the package that comes with Photoshop. So that is as much of the fancy schmancy stuff I'm using, and the one I'm using is the hard pencil. So I like this because it's a little darker and grittier, and I don't tend to. I'm trying to kind of keep myself from over noodling. One of the things I like about on 2 Stories when I'm working traditionally is I don't tend to do a lot of like edit undos when I'm like, it's hard to kind of undo inks when you're doing them traditionally, and so that kind of forces you to sort of commit. And there's different advantages to working digitally, but I usually prefer traditional. But I am kind of enjoying this look, and I think the look and the story should always dictate the style. Like, that's my own personal opinion on it. I don't know, what other people's opinions are on that. I'd love to hear in the chats, or like, if you're watching this live or watching it after, like what your opinion on the traditional versus digital thing is. For me, I don't really, I tend to be biased towards traditional stuff. And even on this digital version, like the digital art that I'm creating for this pitch, I'm still trying to get the look of hand lettered lettering and hand lettered borders and stuff like that, because I tend to just have a bias and a preference for that when I'm reading comics. But it's definitely not going to be the traditional methods that I'm using on 2 Stories for like the finals on those. But I still think it works, and I'm kind of excited about that. So we'll see how this goes. But that's part of why I'm kind of picking this different style, to kind of work through. So yeah, so today was a pretty good day. And then when I'm working in this style too, sorry, I should probably mention that too. I tend to try to work from light to dark when I'm rendering. So like, I'll start with the darkest spot, like basically, and go over it very lightly, and then just sort of render over each subsequently brighter area, so that it kind of, every pass over it makes the darkest area darker. I hope that kind of makes sense. But this is definitely not following like, traditional rendering laws or anything like that. It's just, it's sort of meant to look like almost like a loose pencil rendering that's somewhat finished, but not like to the full finish of like a rendered fruit or something that you do in like a rendering class. I don't know if that makes sense. But today was pretty nice. Like, it was a nice Saturday so far. Like, the weather was pretty beautiful. It's definitely one of those days where it feels like, oh, this is why we live in California. Because just like the sun was out, but it wasn't too hot. It was just like that nice, perfect kind of weather. We played, like my son played a little bit in the yard, and just, felt like a pretty good weekend. I am really excited too, because it's like, this is the first day where my first, so I got the vaccine, Moderna or whatever, and this is the first day where it's been officially 2 weeks since my first shot. So that means like I'm at, from what I've read, I think about 70% protection from COVID, which is, it's like a relief to have that, and it makes me really eager for like next month when I'm fully covered. I hope everyone watching this is kind of doing okay during this crazy time where we're all kind of locked down and kind of drawing from our perspective bubbles. It's been an interesting thing, but at the same time, like, it was a pretty good day. And then you'll notice if you can see in the background, like my wife is also working on kids' books, like right behind me. She's a she attempting to squish flies. It was pretty amazing. I would have been very frightened were I a fly of that mythical kid running around the yard. But yeah, so I got a little bit of footage of that too, and I'll probably put that on my regular vlog if that ever is able to be edited or completed. So, but since one of the things I like to do with these live streams is like pretty much most of the time, even on weekends, like my work time on comics is usually fairly late at night, and I'm trying to get in the habit of live streaming most of the times that I'm working on comics. I will say I didn't quite follow that yesterday when I colored page 4. I just kind of was in the zone listening to podcasts. And I believe we are joined by Jim. Jim, just give me a thumbs up whenever you feel like you're set up, and I'll throw you on. Because I can see your little, like your thumbnail, but okay, there we go. So we got Jim.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Jim.
Okay, I'm gonna try something magical. Hi, everybody. Hi.
Hello, magical Jim.
I'm gonna try something magical right now. I'm gonna try and prop my phone so that you can see my iPad, so that because I really am working on stuff tonight, and it would be nice. I have to do this the old-fashioned way. So far, so good.
Hey, did that work?
Okay, how's that? Let me see. Is that centered pretty good? Right about. Oh, dang it! Right about.
It's got like a bar over it, but I don't know.
Yeah, it's that bar. All right, we have to figure this out.
Yeah.
Turn it like this.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this is Jim Lujan, animator extraordinaire, who is currently working on an animation called Pleasure Beast.
Yeah.
Which is hilarious and funny enough to where my wife is now cracking up over it.
Can you see the bar? I mean, for example, if I
that actually works really well. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
You do your animations on your iPad?
Not the actual animation, but the like the drawings and stuff like that. Like, for example, this van is gonna go zoom,
Nice.
Multiple layers. So I design everything on the iPad.
Oh, that's cool.
You know what? I guess it would probably work if I shared it on my computer, but then you can't see my screen.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how that works.
I mean, if I join through the computer, you can't see my screen on the computer, right? There's no way to like share screen like that, is there?
Well, you can go to share screen. So here, I'll show you.
You know what, too, Josh? That wouldn't work because I'm not on the computer. I'd be on this.
Yeah, but that actually works. I mean, can you work like that though?
Yeah, if I just don't hit this bar right here.
Okay,
but yeah.
I love it. Is that like a pull-up bar? It looks like a pull-up bar.
Yes, it is. Awesome. It's a pull-up bar, and it's also a wet bar.
So yes, Jim Lujan of the screen just went black for some reason.
Oh, did it? Hang on.
Yeah.
Hang on, Josh. Hang on. Oh, look, it's doing an emergency SOS.
Oh, is it overheating?
No, because I tried to hit the button. You know what might work, Josh?
What's that?
Let me do this. Let me dial right back in. I'm gonna dial from my computer, and I'll just work on my stuff because this is really weird.
Yeah, that works.
Okay. Let's just a big preview. It's gonna get really good, so I'll be right back.
I love it. So that was Jim Lujan, and until he comes back, I'll go back to the full screen. But yeah, so Jim's gonna dial in on his regular computer and join the stream because he's working on an animation. And Pleasure Beast is a non-pornographic animation that Jim is animating, and it's actually pretty hilarious. I'm playing a cool pastor in it, doing vocals for it, and Jim has very patiently been basically giving me like mimic vocal recordings where he will act it out, and then I just try to kind of mimic exactly the way he's acting it out because he's way funnier in his delivery and also has some acting chops. So that you can also see on YouTube on my channel by checking out. I forget what the video is called, but it's one of the videos. I think one of the vlogs, maybe like one or two back, but it says something like recording animation vocals with Jim Lujan, something to that extent. But yeah, so he's going to be working on that while we hang out and chat, I believe. But yeah, this style is really interesting to me. It's been a kind of fun to change it up, but like I said, I'm really eager to get back to my own comic, partially just because it's like I really want to get that story told. Like it gets pretty interesting, and the part that I was roughing out for 2 stories, book 2, was like super fascinating. And so I just kind of feel like that would be a great thing to be able to get back into. So here we go. We're rendering out this face. I have 2 heads to render. I have different ways I'll kind of approach it, but generally I try to also get the contour lines all laid out. Quite often, depending, like in this case, I just kind of went in and started rendering, which might not have been the best choice. But I generally try to do the contour line first and then the rendering after the fact. Yeah. So then so as I was saying, like my son was like swatting flies with like a Thor hammer in true awesome fashion. And then outside of that, most of today was spent like working on coloring the pages. I'm also trying to kind of get a little bit further on this so that tomorrow I can dedicate my full attention to some client work. I rarely take on client work anymore because I have like a pretty, tight schedule with my own comics. And then also where I work as an art director does pretty much occupy and also provide for like our main financial needs and stuff like that. So it's like I don't generally take like a ton of freelance, but I do have some clients, and a lot of them are like overlap clients from when I used to do full-time freelance. And they're really good clients. And so every once in a while they'll come to me and need something and I will oblige them and work for them. Here's Jim again. So Jim, you can just give me the heads up when the thumbs up. Okay, cool. Never want to throw people on until they're prepped.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry,
here we are. No worries.
Sorry, but you'll get to experience my wonderful, dazzling personality now.
I love it.
And I'll get to pitch my product placement right here.
Oh, I love it. And where do you get those products, Jim?
Oh, it's funny that you asked, Josh. Society 6 / Jim Lujan.
I love it.
All right, I'm going to get comfortable because we're going to be here for a while.
We might be. I definitely have quite a bit of comic to do here, so it probably will be a long night.
So tomorrow I'll be editing all of the lines that you did for me.
Nice.
I'm chopping them up tomorrow, so I'm doing your guys' edits, and I can't wait, man. It's gonna be so much fun. You did such a great job. Thank you.
Oh, that's cool. It was fun, man. I was mentioning it's like I'm definitely not a voice actor, so
You
it's
know what it is? You know
it's
what
fun
it
to
is,
do.
Josh? Okay, honestly, really, you are. It's just that everyone has a different approach. Like your approach, and I'm just being honest. Your approach, I don't think is reading from a script.
Yes, it can't be.
I don't. But you're naturally funny, and you have a great voice, and you have a great delivery. And I think because we were kind of crunched for time, that whole Mockingbird style that we did,
Yeah.
I think that worked. It just worked, and it wasn't like I was like when I asked you to be in it. It wasn't like, oh, well, I want you to just do it exactly like me, just imitate me. Because when I was doing it, I was kind of doing a version of you doing the character. You know what I mean?
I like it. That's
But
cool though.
yeah, it came out in your voice, so you did a great job. I was really happy with it. So thank you.
Well, thank you. I'm glad to be a part of it. It'll be fun.
Yeah,
It'll be
yeah.
fun to do one. Jim's cartoons are really good, and I encourage people to check them out
Let
on
me show you. Let me
YouTube.
show the audience a picture of your character.
He is pretty hilarious.
This is Pastor Kyle. Let's see.
He's like a hip, cool pastor in kind of a Hillsong-ish church that's like a very hip church that's yeah. So
He's got a neck tattoo.
it's ripe for it's ripe for parody. I think it's good.
Yeah.
It's good stuff.
So
let's see here. So yeah, like I am eager to get this thing knocked out. I've been working on, and this is the last page of that, and then I can get back on my main project.
So I heard you guys the other night talking about was it Scott that was talking about the iPad? What, he can't work on an iPad, or he likes the Cintiq better, but not an iPad, or I don't know if it's Corey or Scott.
Yeah, I think it was Corey saying he doesn't personally like it. I have yet to really delve into like the iPad thing. I think I'd be more turned off by like the Gary's joining us. I should have Gary join us too. Gary, if you want on, let me know. I'll send you an invite. We were talking about it because, like, I think they have had experiences with it, and I think both of them have iPad Pros, but it's like I personally just haven't, out of like sheer. I tend to adopt new technology very late. So,
well, I'll tell you, I am not. I wasn't an iPad Pro cultist. In fact, mutual friends of ours, Lonnie and Jose Cabrera, and my good friend Rody Montijo, they all got them first. And I was the one saying, I'm not going to get one. I got a bunch of blank sketch pads and a bunch of pens I just bought. And I love drawing on paper, and I'm not going to. So this is around the time when Revengeance was, I think, finishing up.
Yeah.
And then, like, I got a check just like for the exact amount of it was like a sign from God, man. It was just as I was protesting him, and even Leanne was going, maybe you should get one. Then I got this check out of nowhere. It was like the same price.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I got one, and even then I was kind of like, nah, I didn't have buyer's remorse, but I'm like, nah, I wasn't sold. And I was using Procreate from the beginning.
Yeah.
And then I don't know, something around about a month and a half, 2 months in clicked. And it was weird. It was almost like learning an instrument. I'm like, oh wait, I could kind of write a song with this now. And then it just escalated. And then now I do all of my animation. And I did a film called Infinity Pool, and I defy anybody that watches it to tell me where iPad begins and where pen and ink end, because I literally switched over right in the middle of production on that one.
Huh.
And I can't tell. I know because I went and looked at the sketchbook. I'm like, oh, here's where the paper and ink. But we watched it the other day, and my wife was like, "Is this where you switched over?" I'm like, "No, that's pen and ink still." And you can't tell. It's just for me, it worked. So now I'm hooked on it, and now I love the portability of it. I don't like being buried away in an office. I like to be, I don't know. I like to have the option of drawing wherever I'm at, and that helps with output as well.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
so if Apple wants to send me some money, I'm cool with
that. So Chris was saying, surely a sign thou needest an iPad. Yeah, I definitely I definitely think it's something I would like to mess with, but at the end of the day, like I kind of, I don't know. Well, I'd have to base it on need.
If I was doing comics,
yeah,
I thought about this. This is almost designed better for comics. I mean, it is designed better for comics than it's for anything, even.
Yeah, it totally is. I mean, the NCS, it was like it swept that thing like a plague. Like it was like one day everybody was like, I am traditional. I am always traditional. I am never going digital. And then like within a week, like everyone's like, the iPad Pro is really good. Like, and it was like all these people were like swearing by traditional like a week before.
Gosh,
I get it.
You could be working on your comic sitting on the toilet right now.
Yeah, that's true. I could be live streaming sitting on the toilet right now. That's a different audience than I think the one that I usually have. But
if it's streaming, you better go see a doctor, by the way.
Yeah, Chris K was saying Procreate made storyboard projects 10 times easier. So
listen to Chris K. He's a smart guy.
Yeah, he super is. Chris Kawagua, you guys should check out his work too. It's pretty good. Yeah, it would be a write-off. It's something worth like looking into, and maybe I'll mess with it. I think the main thing is like honestly, that would be great probably for this book that I'm working on right now. Like the pitch, doing this if they have Photoshop.
So
on there, this would be totally feasible.
Me telling you this now
about
the iPad versus are you on a Cintiq or what are you on?
I'm old school, man. I'm on like a Wacom tablet, so
okay.
It's like it's literally like just a straight Wacom, no screen.
Okay. Remember this, Josh. Me telling you this about the iPad versus Wacom is the same argument that you would have with somebody that didn't want to go digital at all. Like, no, I'm not on paper. But you know how you can do it now. And you're like, this saves so much time and it looks great and blah blah blah. It's the same thing, except for the only differences with the iPad is you don't have to be sitting right there. You could be sitting in the corner, or you could be sitting in that corner, or on the the backyard or whatever.
We got Gary setting up too. Gary, just give me a thumbs up when you're ready to go on. I don't want to. Okay, perfect. Okay, awesome. How's it going, Gary? Gary, have you met Jim yet?
I haven't. I've seen you on the videos before, but nice to meet you.
Hey, Gary.
How do we? Oh wait, hold on.
Oh my gosh, your arms fused as one. I just my son before he went to bed usually will like play or fight or something, and I was a little exhausted, so I was like, what can I put on that we'll both enjoy? Because like he's gonna want to watch like Pokemon or something, and I don't particularly want to watch that right now. Usually I'll watch that with him. So I finally was like, we're watching like old school Fox X-Men, and I put it on, and he got like really into it. I was like, yes, it doesn't hold up at all, but it was still fun, and I still got the kick of like hearing the theme.
Yeah, it's all about that theme.
But anyhow, so I don't know where that was going or why I was so interested in that. But what I was gonna say about the iPad though, I think it was that you guys were fusing like some sort of mutant,
like the Wonder Twin powers.
Wonder Twin powers activate exactly. Which one of you becomes the bucket?
Form of an ice bridge.
Because I remember like one of them would always just kind of become like a bucket, and then like the other
one of them became water or ice, and one of them became an animal.
It's so crazy.
I don't know where that came from, but it's true.
Oh, it's the best. So anyhow, what I was gonna say about the iPad thing though is it might be something I'll jump on after Two Stories Book 2 is done, because the whole book is being done traditionally. And like, so this pitch, if this got picked up, especially if this gets picked up when it's being shot by my lit agent, that might be the time where I'd go buy an iPad Pro. Cause I can see where, like, if you're doing a heavy amount of digital work, like, it would make sense. Although it's funny, I have I don't know what it's called. I guess it's like a Cintiq or whatever, like the screen version of a Wacom. I have that at work and I never use it. I just turn it on tablet mode and just use it like a regular Wacom. I don't know.
Same. I have one at work and I don't know. And it's weird because when I started with just regular tablets, I remember thinking I'd never get the hang of it. That I didn't like this like disconnect from drawing here but seeing it up there. But I've done it for so long now that it just, I don't know, like the idea of like, now I got to learn this effing Cintiq thing, forget it. Like, I don't know.
You guys ever go draw? You ever go draw in like a coffee shop or anything like that?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like, even at the clam meetups, clam with an M, not clan. I just want to be clear about that.
You are from Antelope Valley, you know.
That is true. Well, that's even more so important to really designate. I mean, with an M. So that's the name that Jim has for his artist meetups. But even when we do those artist meetups, we do like, observational drawing of people because it's fun.
But tell them why it's clam. Do you know why it's called clam?
Okay, I'm gonna botch it. So you have the pitch better. I do know why, but you have the pitch down. So say it.
Originally, there were 4 of us. Wait.
Got it. It's Cabrera.
It's Cabrera, Lujan, and Millsap. And Montijo. Millsap and Montijo. So it was my friend Jose, who does Crying Macho Man. It was Lonnie Millsap, who does a strip called Bacon. And
very funny.
Who does the Halloween Kid, and myself,
who
created Star Wars and Empire Strikes Back.
That's true. That's true. I don't know if you guys knew, but we have George Lucas on the stream. So please definitely make sure you hit subscribe, hit that bell. And, like now that I think about it, I think I'm going to have to start a Patreon. But so George, when you were wait, Jim, your neck just doesn't. If your neck were to inflate to the size of like a toad,
like a bullfrog.
Yeah.
Well, I want to show you my latest ethnic character I'm making for my science fiction project.
It's I'm an alien. Like those are the worst.
Does he do this a lot? I'm getting used to my new angle here. I have my stuff on where I normally have my camera. So
I like it. So what are you working on, Gary? Are you working on your you've been doing Inktober type kind of thing?
I'm doing Doodle a Day April, and I'm trying to get a little bit of a jump on tomorrow's. I feel like I phoned in a couple and it's bothering me. Even though these are supposed to be doodles a day. Like, this is why I shouldn't be doing doodles a day. Like, I just start to get a little crazy about it, where it's like everyone has to be one of like the coolest things I've ever done, which is ridiculous and stupid.
Yeah, I get that sometimes. I think that's actually kind of with what Jim was talking about, where it's like drawing from observation. It's like I think that's one of the funnest things about like drawing people at a coffee shop is you can't be precious because they're going to move. So you just have to be like really loose and just capture it. Have you done that on the iPad? Does that feel cool on the iPad, Jim? Like when you do that?
Well, I don't draw people usually. What I'll do though is I'll see somebody and then later on it seeps in on my influence. But I'm going to quote Dave Callett. You know who Dave Callett is, right? Yeah, he's your brethren in the National Cartoonist Society. But he had a really great quote, and it captures my feeling exactly. When I go to a coffee shop, or back in the day before the great pandemic, when I used to go to coffee shops, I would go really early in the morning, like on a weekend, really early. Like I would get there about 6:30, and camp out in the corner with my iPad or whatever, and I'd work on the animation. or my computer, take my laptop and actually work on the animation itself, not just the drawings. But I think I'm an extroverted introvert, and that's what he said about himself. Because I like to be amongst people and around a lot of noise and the hubbub, but do not want people coming up to me going, "Hey, what's that you're working on there?" You know?
Yeah.
And I'm also not the type to be like this. I guess I'm just gonna draw this drawing.
Right.
You know?
That was one of the worst
Right.
things. Like when doing art school, it's like you often like will have one class where the assignment will be to like go copy a master work or something from like an art museum, and so inevitably like you're this at least at the time I'm like an unconfident like art student who doesn't really know how to draw effectively yet. And you're sitting at an art museum in front of some of the greatest works of art and have people coming by, oh, a drawing. And you're like, I'm just trying to do this stupid homework assignment. Like,
when you do animation, okay, with you do comic books and somebody sees you doing a comic book, here's what you're going to hear. Oh, yeah, I used to draw comics like Superman. I used to do like Superman, And then if you're an animator, you get, oh, yeah, I love cartoons, like, I do like Popeye animation, like Popeye,
They do that. Honestly, the Popeye thing is like one that transcends both, because I've definitely heard that when Chris Calagua actually and I used to work on our comics at like a local coffee shop when I lived in Long Beach. And like we'd get that all the time where somebody would be like, oh, like I love Popeye. And you're like, it's not, yeah. But yeah, there is something about there's something nice about the vibe though of being able to work and like hear the buzz of people. But yeah, it is. Yeah. How do you avoid the inevitable like, oh, I watch a cartoon every Friday. Let's talk about the cartoons I watch on TV.
One way to avoid it is to avoid it. And when like I go work on something, I work basically like a pornographer. I'm like hiding everything.
I kind of feel like I've seen that because you were editing. I forget like the last like meetup we had. It was like I don't know. It was something like Burbank or something where we were hanging out, and you were editing a film, and you did kind of have the look of somebody like looking at something shady. Yeah. Every once in a while, you'd kind of turn it to us and be like, "What do you think of this sequence?" Right?
Yeah. I was totally like, yes, Mr. Epstein, the film was almost ready. Bye, Jeff.
And then Adam in the chats was saying, if you make a daily comic strip, people will inevitably compare it to Garfield. You're right. There's probably like at some point like a I don't know 6 degrees of separation in the conversation that's eventually going to lead to Garfield. Every once in a while, though, you'll get somebody who's like really hip to it. And then the worst is if they're more hip to it than you are, where they're just like, oh, I love this obscure cartoonist you've never heard of. And you're like, oh, man, now I got to read more comics.
That's usually our conversations, Josh. I'll usually think that I discovered something. I made this up. And you're like, oh, that's like Samuelson did in 1971 with them. Like, okay, I give up. I don't
know. Though, like, my problem is I have a total unawareness of like mainstream very famous comic artists. Like I like somehow missed a whole crap load of education on that. So like people be like, so-and-so, he was like golden age working on, and I'm like, I don't know. I don't. It's really weird. But then like, it's funny because somebody like Rhodey, who you mentioned, it's like I had heard of him before we ever hung out. Like when I was in art school, I was like really into this weird indie book, Pablo's Inferno, and was just like, this is the coolest thing ever. So the first time he showed up to one of our hangouts, I was just like, holy crap, this like Pablo's Inferno guy. And which is funny because like to me that was huge. But I could have somebody who works on like Spider-Man sitting next to me and I'd be like, I don't know what that is. Like it's a weird gap in my knowledge. I don't know. I'm trying to fill it.
That's how I feel about Gary, because I know him before I've got to meet him. I've seen him on your show so many times. I'm like, that's Gary Hodges.
Gary's stuff is awesome. He's a good.
I get a lot of that. That's why I can't go to coffee shops anymore. It's too much of a scene. Everyone's wanting autographs. It's terrible. So, yeah.
It is hard to turn down the floods of indie comic fans.
It is. They're everywhere. The throngs. No, I used to draw like in coffee shops and stuff, but I definitely have the Kellett thing where it's like I don't want to talk to anybody about it.
Yeah.
I saw a guy once. I actually remember this was forever ago, but I walked into a coffee shop and I saw this dude who had spread his stuff out all over this table. Like it was a table for like 4 or 5. He had taken it and he'd spread all his work out and all his pencils and shit. And to me, it was plain as day. He was like wanting people to come up and talk to him about how fascinating he was.
Yeah.
I saw that and it grossed me out so much. I was like, I don't want to be anywhere near this guy. Like, just absolutely not. So I will write in a coffee shop because no one comes up and says like, what are you writing? But if you're drawing, it just invites people to come up and, look at what you're doing. And I don't want any part of that.
See, in Los Angeles, like everyone in the coffee shop is writing, and most of them are screenwriters, like working on their script, and they're very eager to like talk about their script and like their great script that they're working.
What's that?
And serving you the coffee.
That's true. That's true.
No, I'm very friendly if somebody. A couple of times somebody's come over and we're like, oh, what are you working on? But and I'm very friendly when they do, and I'm cool about it. But I just do not like. I don't crave that at all. I'm not there. I'm not antisocial, but I just really like being in the. If you could build like a bubble,
yeah,
that would be great. Like I could see out and they can't see in. But I like being. I like being in the middle of a lot of commotion, and I don't know. It just helps me in a weird way concentrate.
Some of my favorite
music and stuff like
I
that.
do like the white noise of a
crowd. Yeah. Some of my favorite drawing moments were just from like, because I love like doing life drawing in environments like that, because it's like you have a lot of people moving and shifting, so you have to like really draw fast and just kind of find something about like if you see somebody really interesting and you're not sure why, you have to like really just on the spot pick like, oh, it's that crazy hat they're wearing, or it's their posture, or it's like, oh, that person has like a really weird, like interesting, like neck or something, like whatever it is that interests you, you have to just catch that and just kind of make everything else like very gestural. And it's fun. It's a great practice, but it's also really hard to pull off in a group of people, because if people know you're drawing them, they react as if you're like doing something horrifically terrible.
Yeah.
I actually had that happen at a DMV, or no, not a DMV. It was I got called in for like jury duty or whatever, and you have to like sit in this big mass group of people just waiting to be called in. And I was like, this is awesome. I brought my sketchbook. I was like just sketching people. And it was great until like one like guy caught me sketching him and he was like, what are you doing? And he just got in my face like as if,
really?
Yeah, and it was hilarious because I was like, I don't know, man. Like, I think you gotta calm down. Like, it's just like, I don't know. It was a weird thing where it's like, how dare you catch my likeness?
I'm on trial. I'm on here for murder.
It's just a drawing of your girlfriend, man.
Yeah.
It's just a drawing of your girlfriend and me on a beach.
It's just a comic about our future together, and speculating on your address and like your location.
It's like a illuminated manuscript of our wedding invitation. It's just, I mean, you're really getting out of control.
What is this? That's just a lock of her hair. Anyhow, yeah, but yeah, it's definitely something I miss. I do miss like being in a crowd and being able to draw and honestly, working on projects together with people is fun. That's one of the reasons I like doing these streams. It's like it's fun to just kind of hang out, and draw, and chat with people.
So you said something. I don't know if it was your last show or not, but you said something. I was like, I've never heard somebody put it into words exactly like what I think. Okay, and this was it when you said about how you don't have wanderlust. You're not really that interested in like, I want to travel here and I want to travel here and I want to travel. But if you were tasked with going somewhere being sent somewhere like to another country and had to work on your stuff.
Yeah.
That's what interests you. And I'm the same way. It's so sad. Like if you told me like, oh, you get to go to, Brussels for a month or whatever. Of course it'd be exciting, but it would be like if you sent me to Brussels to work on a film, and I had to come back with a bunch of drawings, I'd be like, that would be the best.
Yeah.
And I think most normal people don't feel that way.
Yeah, it's a weird thing. I don't like fantasize about vacations places. Like I fantasize about a vacation where I can spend time on my art.
I know it's sad and disturbing, and I agree with you.
It's very strange. I mean, and don't get me wrong, like I enjoy vacations. I enjoy like when I do go places like like we have relatives in Utah, and when I have gone there to like visit family and stuff, it's beautiful. It's fun. It's like it's great, but like I never think of doing that. Like I have to be kind of in a scenario where I'm like along for the ride and then I enjoy it. But it's like I don't it's a weird thing it's hard for me to even relate to people who do want to travel a lot, which I also totally don't think there's anything wrong with that. I think that's pretty normal to like want to see beautiful things and stuff. But I think you're right. It's like, it's not very enjoyable to me unless there's work involved,
because we always want to be creating all the time. And that's, it's good, but it's also like, it's kind
a little demented.
Yeah. To normal people. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and I don't know about you guys, but because you want to sort of be working all the time, any offer, no matter how good, no matter how attractive, you kind of resent a little. Well, it's like, then I'll have to I'll have to set stuff aside for a little while. And it's like, I'm offering to take you to Paris or something, It's like, but like I really want to work on the script that week. I mean, it's kind of weird. Like that's my reaction.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah. Like I said, a normal person with a normal functioning brain wouldn't feel that way, but I think we feel that way because we're not
normal.
Yeah. I can't put it that way.
I also wonder if like maybe that's what's because like I think there's like a necessary part to it too, to do the kind of things we're interested in doing, and maybe not, because I do know some people who travel a lot more and adventure a lot more and still have a good output. But I don't know. Like I do tend to think like that's sort of what you have to do if you're going to do like your own comics. It's like, where is that time going to come from? If you're going to do your own animations, it's like, I don't think like somebody's just going to come to you and be like, here, Jim, tell you what, here's $1 billion, make your animation and just have fun. It's like that rarely happens unless, and if it does happen, it's usually because you've been like not going on vacations and making a bunch of animations and stuff like that. I do like the idea of that with the iPad idea too, because it at least it makes what you're doing a little more mobile.
Yeah.
However, I'm still weirded out, and maybe this is just me being like an old person or something, but it's like I don't understand how it works with like file transfers and that as well. Like, how do you store? Like, can you store a whole book on there? Like, is the memory okay?
One thing that's amazing about this is I have like 3 films, all of the artwork for 3 films stored on this.
Yeah.
Like I didn't delete. I thought I would have to go in and delete like 1 film at a time, and I still have like 80% of my storage on it. It's crazy. The file sizes are pretty small. I don't know, if you're doing graphics though, you might work 5 times bigger than I do, but its storage has been really good on this. And then file transfer, I use AirDrop.
Okay.
Yeah.
And like, I don't know, I'd have to see like what the Adobe suite is like, because I don't know. Maybe that's me being old again, where I'm just like, I want the programs I like, but
yeah. Remember, I use Flintstones technology. Corey, I know Corey has told you this many times.
I think it would be hilarious though if it actually flashed to your like commute to work and it's literally just you with your feet going like, And then you're selling cigarettes to children. Have you guys seen those? You must have seen it.
The Flintstone cigarette commercial where Wilma and Betty are doing the yard work, and Barney and Fred are sitting down and behind the house smoking a cigarette.
Yeah, and they're just like, man, there's nothing better than sitting and relaxing to a nice, cool brand cigarette. And it's like this blatant cigarette ad with like, anyhow. So that was interesting. Different times.
So let me ask you guys this: when you're writing, not drawing, but when you're writing, do you ever listen to music?
Yes.
And if so, what kind?
Depends on
with lyrics or no lyrics. Like if you're actually writing.
Writing or drawing?
If I'm writing, no lyrics. If
when I'm
writing, lyrics are fine, but if I'm writing, no.
Yeah, I'm the same way.
When I'm writing, I have trouble writing to music. I could do something like Explosions in the Sky or something where it's just, rock with no lyrics. But rarely will I do that. I actually tend to like writing in quiet. And honestly, like when I'm writing a script or something, I don't tend to like a lot of noise at all. Like even writing in an ambient setting is really hard for me. Like writing at like people who go to a coffee shop to write, that mystifies me because I need like focus when I'm doing it, which is going to be interesting because if I ever like, luckily I'm doing these live streams when I'm like doing roughs or something like that. If I ever had to do something like writing, I don't think I could like live stream.
Oh no way. No.
Although there is a bit that Monty Python did a long time ago about writers like publicly writing. It's like the Writers Olympics, and it's like the guy like writes it was, and it's like he wrote it was, and like they're talking about like the different structure of the words and stuff like that, and then the guy ends up deleting it. They're like, oh, he deleted it, and this, but they have like they do it like a live sports scenario where it's like there's an audience that's just like clapping every letter. I don't think that's how it works though. I don't know. Can you guys do it? I mean, can you write effectively in like in a crowd or with that ambience?
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
But not with music though. Not with music with lyrics. I can't really. It's not. I get distracted.
Yeah, one of my favorite things to do when creating or working on art or something is like listening to like podcasts and stuff.
Yeah.
And it's really hard to do that if you're writing. Because like, I don't know, I'm sure you guys have had this moment too, but it's like if you're listening to a song with lyrics, you'll be in the zone writing, and then you just start kind of typing the lyrics, and you're like, oh crap, like I gotta, like that happens to me at least, where I've tried to listen to podcasts when writing, and then ended up like writing part of the podcast. I'm like, no, this isn't.
And Wolverine is climbing the stairway to heaven. Yeah, got it.
I love it. Yeah, like it's an interesting thing that like Gary, do you have like are you a person who like has like travel goals and stuff like that?
I do, but I've noticed not as many as some people. I was just having a conversation with someone the other day. They were asking, I don't even know, it was very like one of those strange generic conversations about if you had $1 million, like what would you do, blah blah blah. And I was like, well, I'd probably pay off my dad and I'd buy myself like a little writing studio / art studio up in the mountains somewhere. Like that would be pretty cool. And I'd probably pay off my family's debt and their mortgages and stuff. And like I kind of ran through some basic things. I was like, after that, I don't know. I'd probably just sit on it. And they were like, you wouldn't travel? Like it was the most amazing, ludicrous thing that wasn't in my top 3. And I thought about it, I was like, I don't know, I guess, maybe. Like, but I'd probably do like 1 trip a year, maybe. Like but I know some people would be like, oh, I would just be going everywhere, doing everything.
Yeah, if you attach conventions to that, then maybe I would, where I'd be like, yeah, I guess if like I were going to like a comic convention in France, then yeah, that might be cool to go to France. You know, I don't know if that makes sense. It's like if I can attach it somehow to work, it like justifies itself.
I realized that I think my idea of like if you had unlimited funds, what would you do with it? I think a lot of my ideas were oriented towards making home comfortable. So the idea of traveling just is kind of opposite of what I'd be doing with that money. You know, like I'm picturing like this kind of beautiful art studio up in the mountains overlooking a forest. You know, like it's like, no, I want a place where I feel happy and safe and where I can be productive and I have workspace. Like that's kind of my dream.
So you'd basically just find a way to buy falling water and
exactly
and live in that. Yeah.
I would just open the bidding and just snap it up. And you'd never see me again. It'd be webcams all the time.
I can actually understand that too. I think oh crap. Okay. I was starting to feel off on the stream, and guess what that means? It's an hour. Every time it hits like the hour mark, I need to take like a 2-second break. So I'm going to break for like about 20 seconds. I'm going to get a refill of my coffee.
I'm going to get some water real quick. I'll be right back.
Oh my God. You're leaving me alone again with the stream? That's like
it's an act of faith. It is an act of faith. I do. And I also expect that you are free to promote your stuff. And don't promote it too much because the men in black might come and kind of take over the stream.
That's true.
But if you need a break too, feel free. But otherwise,
no, I'm good. I'll probably
just
go back to concentrating on drawing. Adam Lore, I write a full screenplay of each comic first, and then it looks like a screenplay for a movie, and then I go through and turn it into panels with like thumbnails. Turn it into thumbnails, I guess.
I'm here for you, Gary. I'm here for you.
Oh, thank God. I was getting a little nervous about just having control of the ship.
Josh doesn't know it, but I just pranked him when called the SWAT team to his house. It's gonna be so funny. Oh my God.
He's gonna think it's hilarious.
He's gonna love it.
This reminds me of when I was a kid and like your parent is driving and they're like, could you hold the wheel just for a second while I, do the thing? And you're like freaking out, like whatever it is, go fast, hurry. But then what was I saying? Oh, so yeah, screenplay, thumbnails, and then I plan my pages after that.
I used to write comics as I went. And actually, I have a graphic novel I might try putting out. I'm still kind of actually maybe I'll ask you guys' opinions on that. So I have a finished graphic novel, and my thought on it is to so not this one, but like one that I finished before long ago, and it's just kind of sitting there. And I kind of think it might be. I have to restart this Photoshop real quick. It just froze. The one thing about new Photoshop, man, Adobe is like they've got some freezing issues. But
while you're doing that, let me reiterate my joke again.
Yes.
Joshua at 10:49 said, "I have a finished graphic novel," and I said, "I didn't know you spoke Finnish."
And I didn't hear that bit. That is a great bit, dude. Like,
the audience, they laugh. So.
My goodness.
I totally missed it, so I'm glad you.
I'm glad. Yeah, I missed that, and that was worth highlighting.
I'm glad we stopped everything.
Yeah.
But yeah, so for that, like to get pitched, it's like my idea is in about like May to maybe like approach my lit agent and see if she'll like pitch it around, or just sending it to like Harry at Marcosia and just seeing if like it's something they'd want to put out that way. Because in my head, I have this like fantasy of the 3 people who read my work being like, how does this guy do so many books? Because I've released a graphic novel this year, and to release like 128 full color graphic novel, like within a year of that would be really cool, like on a perception level, and then I could touch base to anybody who's like, done articles or anything like, and I think that would be slightly impressive in appearance, but I'm not like the hugest fan of that book, but like to the point where I wouldn't want to rework it a bunch. Like, I also don't think it's a bad book, so I wouldn't feel bad like having it out there. So it's like, that's kind of where, but I don't even know if I should put out something I don't feel as strongly about as like, 2 stories or like this pitch that I feel pretty good about, I don't know if that makes sense. That's kind of my conundrum on it, but I do like having it in my back pocket where that's a possibility, What are your thoughts on it? If you guys had like a graphic novel you were just kind of sitting on, would you push it out, like, or just be like, meh, on to the next?
No, yeah. I mean, I'm all about not being precious with releases and stuff like that. Unless you're not happy with it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy with it. It was the best thing I made when I made it. Over 5 years ago. And it was a beast to make. It took me, like 4 or 5 years to create. So
can you say the title of it?
Yeah, it was called Jacob's Apartment. It's what I was working on it like way back in the day.
Yes, it's that. You absolutely. I mean, time the release. I mean, don't just rant. I mean, I would kind of be strategic about it.
Yeah.
But why not? I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah, I say yeah.
Okay, cool. I'm curious. What would you do, Gary? Would you do that, or because the other thing is like releasing a book's like a crap load of work.
Gary, absolutely not.
That's right. Bury it. No one can ever know about it, and I'm concerned about the fact you even talked about it. No, I was screwing around with layers. So why have you not released it in all this time?
Well, I mean, initially it had a publisher that I was doing it for. It's back in the day. It was like I had a contract with NBM Publishing. I'll say them publicly. I don't give a shit. And they dropped it like after it was completed, and it was like heartbreaking at the time. And then I tried for a little bit to get other publishers to pick it up. And this was like at the peak of when everyone's interest was mostly YA. So that was most of the feedback I got. Like, this is cool, but we're doing YA now. Right. Cause that's where the money's at in comics, in graphic novels, at least. But weirdly enough, like I just kind of lost interest in it. And then I really realized that because that one was like a veiled autobio thing where it had like characters that were basically substituting for me. Like the plot was way more fictional, but it's like it was kind of too veiled to be pure autobio, and it was in full color and stuff. And I just, a lot of it, like I realized later on, I was like kind of happy with how it came out, but I just didn't feel like it was authentic to what I love in comics. And that book kind of helped me discover it, because I was like, okay, I need to work in black and white. I need to hand letter, because it wasn't hand lettered. I did have a few too many talking heads. That's my one criticism of it.
Do you feel like when you look at 2 stories? Yeah,
I feel way better about 2 stories.
You feel way better about it. And also you said it's vaguely like kind of veiled autobiographical. Is it noticeably autobiographical enough where you're sort of being redundant? If you put 2 stories in that side by side, are you repeating yourself?
No, it definitely touches on other themes. Although there is like a recurring theme that kind of touches in my second book, but it's like I think it would be okay in that sense. It's different enough. But yeah, I don't know. It's just a thought I have, because I'm like, I do think just from a perception level for the 3 people who read my work, it might be cool to just give that perception of like, for people who are are not familiar, especially actually, it might give a really cool perception because, like Jim and I have a mutual friend, Dave Baker, and he's constantly working on stuff, but quite often, like, it's years of work, but coming out within like a couple months of each other.
Mm-hmm.
And so he's definitely had that impact on me where I've been like, how the hell does he do this? Like, he's just constantly putting out work, and it'll be like, a 400-page graphic novel. And then like a year later, it's like another 400-page graphic novel. Unbeknownst to me, he'll have worked on one of those for like 4 years, or 3 years or whatever. But it does create this really cool, at least maybe that's just to me though. It might only be to people like me who'd be like, whoa, how did they do it? I don't know.
I think I have the same reaction, but it feels like that. I mean, I could, what do I know? But it feels like maybe that's the thing the idea you're more interested in than actually getting the work out there. Like you like the idea of maybe being perceived as someone who's like putting out all these projects on top of the heels of the last one.
Yeah, I mean, that is part of it. I will say it is a little weird to me that I'm sitting on it and it's not out there. Like, that is a little strange too, where I'm like, I do kind of feel like it was decent work and it should have been out there. So it's like, I don't know. For that, I don't know. But it's not very authentic.
Like, if that's how you feel, I would say like, yeah. But if it's, I guess if in your deepest heart of hearts, you're saying like, I don't know if I care about this so much anymore. It was an important thing at the time, but I've moved past it. 2 stories is my thing now. Yeah. But I love that idea of being like this boy wonder who's putting projects out, like every 3 months. It's like, I don't know. Like, I get it. I don't know if that's a great reason, but if it's like, what, I'm proud of this and it should have been out there, and I'd say put it out there.
Yeah, it's just weird. I guess it's weird that the one hesitance, and I guess the only reason I bring it up is it's like not necessarily authentic to who I am now, but like nothing I write now will likely be very authentic to who I am in like 10 years,
right. Especially even by the time you finish it. I mean, these things take so long.
Yeah, for sure, right?
Well, it could also buy you some time for between 2 stories 1 and 2 stories 2.
That's my main thought is like, I want to kind of create, and this is where that whole perception thing I think is important, because it's like, I think even with art and media, especially around art, it's like, there is like a sense of momentum, and you kind of don't want to lose momentum. And like, for me, I'd like to build a little momentum off of what I've got without having to kind of wait for the years, potentially multiple years it'll take to make book 2. I'm hoping, in theory, I'll be able to finish book 2 in like about a year from the point where I finish the thumbnails, but realistically it may take longer,
I mean, Jim's observation, I want to change my answer. I say now I'm thinking, figure out what would be the midpoint between 2 stories coming out, the part
That's
1
smart.
and part 2, and release it right in the middle.
That is smart.
So there's not a big long where like nobody's heard from you in a while, and then
I was going to just say include it in the middle of 2 stories 2 as an stapled insert.
There you go.
That's probably a really good idea. Write it down.
It's weirdly enough, like it has come up in my head as something, although I think it kind of takes away the appeal of publishing 2 stories, because 2 stories in black and white, so like the cost, the overhead to put it out is pretty slim. But I did love how my second book does reference Jacob's apartment, so it's like it's referenced in the second book. So to me, that would also make sense to have it as like a book that would come out before the second book, so that like people who do follow the work are able to kind of like actually go even more meta with it and see what the character's written.
You're pushing me farther and farther toward release it. Release the Kemble cut.
Yeah, hopefully it's not like well, I don't know. I haven't watched the Snyder Cut, so I don't want to.
Neither have I. I haven't. I got 1 month of HBO Max. My intention is to cancel it before it renews, just to watch a few movies, and one of them is Zack Snyder's Justice League.
It's so weird. Now that Gary's changed his answer that way, I feel totally the opposite the other way now. I feel strongly about it.
Yeah,
I love it.
Throw it out, burn it, put it in a security deposit box, lose the key. No one can ever have this. Yeah.
I don't know if I had a book and it was done like that. I don't believe in just keeping stuff. Just I don't know. I think you should put it out.
Yeah, I tend to like. I think that probably is the right thing because that's what I would tell someone else. If like Jim, if you were like, I finished a graphic novel, it's just kind of sitting on my shelf. Is it good? Well, it's pretty good. Yeah, I mean, I've gotten a little better, but it's good. And if I asked like all the questions I'd ask, where I'm like, well, do you feel like the story was okay? Yeah, it was a pretty good story. Then why the hell aren't you putting it out? So I definitely
watch it end Joshua's career.
Yeah, it could potentially like my non-existent career.
Well, if that's the case, then I want everyone to remember that I really, really insisted he not release it under any circumstances.
I don't know how I feel now about it. Wow, I've so many times.
I like the contrarian nature of Jim, where he's like, if it becomes something
contrarian, I am not contrarian.
You aren't?
I am not.
Oh, I like being contrarian. It's fun.
I am, and I don't mean to be, and I know I've aggravated the hell out of people in the past. But
by the way, I was just passing over that brilliant joke.
I know. I actually not only a joke, that's an actual thing that happened. I told my nephew that one time. I said, "You're just always you're contrarian." He's like, "No, I'm not."
It's like you argue with anything anyone says. No, I do not. And I take issue with that. And I think we should have a formal debate about it.
Right.
Yeah. I'm not defensive. No, I'm not. You're defensive.
Why does everything tie back to Python? Because I'm like, that's like the argument bit,
Used to Python.
So I will say, rewatching X-Men the animated series, though, I don't quite understand what my mind being blown by that as a kid was. It's amazing to me, like, and I think maybe this is one of the cool things about animation is like there are things that I remember vividly from being a kid. Like I remember, and then as an adult, I've just seen a lot more flaw in it and been like, how did I get into this? Like, this is really sloppy or whatever. Particularly in animation. Like I remember we went to this, just for fun. Like we went to the, Beauty and the Beast sing along with Ben and like, and Eliza, at the El Capitan. And it's like, I mean, extraordinary movie, but what's weird is seeing it on the big screen. Being somebody who's worked in art long enough, there's this sequence where she's singing about like a provincial town that she's trying to leave.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the sloppiest animation of like outside characters I've ever seen. Like the heads turn and like the character model just disappears. And I'm like, but this is Disney. This is like, I mean, they were like, there was a period where like that was like the most revered animation house in the world.
Yeah.
And I was shocked at like how sloppy that scene was. I was like, this is not like Disney level stuff. And yet it was like up for an Oscar. And as a kid, I was just like blown away by it. But like, if you rewatch that film, especially that sequence of like the provincial town song, I don't know what it's called, but it's
just say it, Josh. You're like, did Jim work on this? That's what you're trying to say.
Well, I was going to say like the turnarounds were less tight than Jim Luhan's. No. But it was just shocking to me because I was like, I guess it's just weird when you see, I guess maybe that just happens when you see behind the curtain a little bit where you're like, suddenly you're like, oh, I don't know.
That's why I want to watch The Beastmaster again. That Mark Singer movie, because as a child,
I loved that movie.
Greatest movie ever.
It was. Like you, I refused to rewatch because it was a perfect action movie in my memory. And
Beastmaster, Battle Beyond the Stars.
Krull. You remember Krull?
I never saw Krull, but that was the one with the thing that they threw that, right?
They had like a crazy, like a throwing star thing. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What else? What else did we watch as a kid? You know what? I sat as a little kid. My brother took me to see King Kong in the theater, the Jeff Bridges one, and we watched it twice, and we loved it. And I don't know if that holds up. I'm not sure.
I don't know. I haven't watched it, but I was obsessed with that too, to the point of I used to make out of Play-Doh snakes with like full guts. I would do like guts, and then I would do like a red wrap around the guts, and then I would do this outer snake around the red wrap, and then I would pull its jaws apart because that's what King Kong does to the snake in the movie. I was so obsessed with that scene. I was like, that's the coolest thing I'd ever seen in my life. I was 9 or something.
Speaking of that King Kong movie, there's something about the film that they shot it on and the color, the saturation of the colors, that and still to this day is super cool. Like it looks.
It has a look.
Expensive. In the 70s, movies looked expensive. You know.
Yeah, what's good.
What's interesting is there was even a trend of like a low budget look, you know, but like even if you look at The Graduate, it's like expensive low budget, like it you know, because it's like the film is still film. Like I don't know, there is a feel to that era of films.
Oh yeah.
I would say stuff that holds up from when I was a kid, and I think I'm a little bit younger, but it's like I was obsessed with Magnum PI as a kid, and that holds up. Like I actually think it's a really good show. Like it's very formulaic, but it's like a lot of fun, and it still kind of holds up.
Is that streamable somewhere? Where can one rewatch Magnum PI?
So I got obsessed with it again because when my son was a baby, there's this era that Chris Calagiua, who's in the chats, is about to experience himself, where you don't sleep and you're like in a sleep depth tank. And so the beauty of the era we're in is like we're now in an era where new parents can binge watch like TV shows. And when your kid's at a certain age, like they aren't going to notice. Like you could watch Game of Thrones and like they're not going to. They aren't watching anything you're watching. So I just binge watched the entirety of Magnum PI that was on Netflix at the time. I don't know if it's still there, but they had every episode for a little bit. So, and then my wife, who didn't grow up watching it, like got really obsessed with it, was like, this is the coolest thing ever. And it's very gimmicky and formulaic, but it's like it's interesting to see, and it still holds up. Another one of those older ones we recently binged. There's a couple like the BBC Sherlock Holmes Panorama. I used to see that a lot as a kid because my parents would watch it.
The one with
Jeremy Brett.
Yeah, I love that.
That is unbelievably good, and then Columbo is so good. There's some stuff that doesn't age well, like some very like racially insensitive stuff where it's like I think one in particular episode where it's like Columbo has to deal with like this very veiled like random fake like Middle Eastern country that like, and the main guy from it, who's the ambassador, and he's like the prince has blue eyes, but somehow he's like, I don't know, it's really weird. And there's a little bit of that episode every once in a while. There's like 2 or 3 episodes like that, but other than that, like it ages so well. And like Peter Falk was great. And what's weird is watching the early episodes where I'm like, I think Peter Falk's like my age in this. Like he's not that old. At the beginning of that series, he just like played it old from like a pretty young age. It's really weird. But it's great. And the shooting, the filming in it's great too. It's like got that 70s thing Jim's talking about where it's like it's just classy. They do this weird artsy stuff during the credits and stuff. It's weird.
A lot of those guys came from the 1940s movies. That's why. So I took a film class one time. The instructor's name was Zingali. And he was one of the.
Was he blue-eyed and from like a strange, random Middle Eastern country? I'm just kidding. Sorry.
Yeah, he was one of the. He had something to do with the cinematography in Taxi Driver.
Oh, that's so awesome.
But he told me, because if you a lot of those guys didn't get work in the movies it was scattered in the 70s and 80s. And the guys who didn't, a lot of them did TV. They had to do TV. So a lot of those, if you watch like Rockford Files and Starsky and Hutch and stuff like that, a lot of those directors and things like that worked on the like big movies in the 40s and 50s, I guess. Yeah.
Isn't that fascinating? That's like that's so cool. I guess I kind of didn't know that, because that kind of reminds me.
It's actually not true. I made it up. So.
Oh, well, it reminds me of like if you ever watch the old oh my gosh, now I'm blanking out on the TV show. It's like Twilight Zone. So if you ever watch original Twilight Zone episodes, it's like some of them are so well written, and it's like I remember this. It was like probably about 5 years ago where I started paying attention to the writing credits, and it's like Ray Bradbury, William Faulkner. I'm like, oh, okay, that's why these are so well written. Like they had like, they had like legit like writers on there who that was their day job. You know,
Rob Sterling too. He was pretty good. You know, he was a great storyteller too. Yeah,
dude. Also, just one of the best like beginning hosts too.
Twilight Zone's great.
I love those. I didn't really dig the 80s attempt reboots very much of that, but
isn't there a Jordan Peele reboot right now? Something like that.
There is.
Is it any good?
I don't know. I never watched. I didn't see it.
I saw one episode and thought it was okay. But I don't know. I think I'm
Black Mirror.
I love that original so much.
Yeah, I feel like Black Mirror would be like the closest to some.
Yeah, Black Mirror feels it's more Twilight Zone-y than Twilight Zone. So, though I kind of got, I hate to say this, it's controversial depending on who you're talking to. I got a little tired of Black Mirror, and I joke with people all the time, like when they're talking about an episode of Black Mirror, it's like, is that the one where like you're the phone, or is that the one where like the world is the phone? Or like, you know, we're the internet, or like everything else is the internet. Like it just seemed like a lot of the same points over and over.
Yeah, definitely. I think the first season was pretty solid though. Yeah.
Oh, that pig one was ridiculous. Like I was just
so awesome.
Like cringing and watching it through my fingers the entire time.
I will say, like, there is a original Twilight Zone vibe to Dinosaurs versus Marsbots.
Well, thank you.
I
appreciate
it's got that vibe a little bit.
Your check is in the mail for that plug. I appreciate it. Am I muted? I thought I was muted. Wait. It was funny. I don't know what. It's weird that you bring up Twilight Zone. I just a couple weeks ago went on to YouTube to try to find a particular episode of that 80s Twilight Zone. Let me know if you guys remember this one. This woman, I think, buys a necklace or something where she can stop time. And she's been using it to get a break from her awful kids and her terrible husband. Like every once in a while when she's a little overwhelmed with them, she like stops time and she can chill for a little bit. Oh. And one night, everyone is fighting. Oh, we have a new...
Sorry. No, keep going. Talk about Twilight Zone.
Well, hello.
Sorry to jump in.
No. So the show ends with like this is the 80s. It's the Cold War. A nuclear war is starting, and everyone's freaking out. The whole family's freaking out, and there's like the warning on the TV and everything. And she stops time and she walks outside onto the street, and there's like a Russian missile like right there, like just about to hit. So like it ends with this idea of like she can't ever unstop it, because the moment she does, like it would all be over. And I had this completely different picture of it in my memory from seeing that as a kid, where it was like the coolest special effect I'd ever seen in my life. Like that missile looked so real, and it looked massive, and it was right there. And it's like I could remember the rivets on the side of it. Like, it was just, I had this amazing picture of it in my head, and I tracked it down on YouTube and watched it. and it was the lamest painting I had ever seen in my life of this like little fireworky looking missile, like 50 yards away. It was nothing like I remembered. And I don't know, isn't there something it's like the mandala effect or something like that? Is that what they're
well, that's like like if a group of people feel like they remember something, right?
Yeah, so I guess that wouldn't count unless everyone.
But I think like nostalgia always colors it. Like you have a visceral emotional reaction to something, and you look at it later, it's like, oh wait, well I just felt this way. I felt like I remembered I saw. It's like something you saw in a dream,
Yeah,
like I saw every detail, but it wasn't really there, You just
that
your imagination filled the rest, right? Yeah.
Right. Well, and I remember that I had a similar thing with Empire Strikes Back. I was sure, and that's a movie like you see in the theater, and people forget. Back in my day, you forget. You don't get to see that again for like 15 years because there's like no real like even when it was a big deal when it came out on VHS.
Oh yeah, I had Letterbox. I had all the VHS versions.
Yeah, and they did the standard and then they did Letterbox, so you're double buying the movies. But I distinctly remembered when Luke got his hand cut off. I felt like I saw frayed fabric.
Like sinews.
Where on like his sleeve where like the saber went through. I thought I remember seeing stray little threads where like it sliced the shirt. And obviously when you watch the actual one, it's nothing. It's very clearly like this kind of spring-loaded hand that pops off his wrist, and the shirt is totally unaffected. But it was another thing where it's like that blew my mind when I saw it, and I just imagined it as more detailed than it was.
I also don't when I watched that, I didn't remember that the Curb Your Enthusiasm theme plays when he gets his hand cut off.
That was a weird surprise. I don't know why I forgot that. They took that out of the special edition.
Right. Yeah.
So I want to introduce. So this is Chris Caligula. Chris, you've met Jim before, I think, right?
Yeah, Jim, I've been following your stuff for years. It's great.
Chris, I'm a big fan. I have all your albums.
And then Chris Caligula, Sketchboy01 on YouTube, and then also a brilliant illustrator, cartoonist, graphic designer, does the Sunless Circus and a lot of really cool stuff, including doing he's on the credits for like Michelle Obama's like TV series.
Oh, the waffle emoji.
What? Yeah. So
mochi and waffles, waffle emoji. Yeah. I forget which now, but it's a kid show with puppets, and they travel around the world, and that was a lot of fun.
That looks super cool too, and the art you posted on Facebook was really cool for it. So
thanks. It was more than a year ago too when I worked on it. This is pre-pandemic times because I was actually on set and there was no mask wearing at the time. This stuff just takes a long time to finalize and launch and everything.
It's so funny, the mask thing, because we were my friend Josh and I were invited to be on UCI's their radio station or something for No Saboteurs. And so we went up there to play a live radio session, which was the first time I've ever done that. And then of course it never aired because of COVID. No. But I remember on our way up, we were we'll stop by a show. So we went to LA and we went to this crowd packed show of a friend that he had done graphic design for their album on. And we're just in the crowd, listening to live music. And then we'd go to UCI and this tiny little, their radio station's really small little, almost trailer just packed with people, in small quarters with no masks. It's so weird. That was literally a week before everything got really serious. And it's weird to think it's interesting to be in an era where it's weird to think back to that's when we could be around people.
We've adjusted our normalcy to people being a certain distance. If you ever watch newscasts, and you see news reporters, they look like they're right next to each other, or you see a talk show. It's man, they're just shoulder to shoulder packed in there. And that was normal, but now you see newscasters, as there's an 8-foot table between them, and they're really far away now. But we got used to that,
Yeah,
you know what I don't get is when you see a newscaster and they're in the desert by themselves and they're wearing a mask.
Right. That is they're they're the only person around for 100 miles. But,
Those are the same ones that during during horrible hurricanes and stuff have to be outside, and they're
I feel so bad. They just I'm here. And they're like, dude, get out of there.
Yeah.
Right.
There's like
That is
cows
always
flying
strange.
behind them.
Yeah, when they're like, you can see the water breaking the breakers, and you're like,
Yeah.
no, they'll like move, like you don't stand there.
Yeah.
I believe you. You don't actually have to show
Yeah, you don't.
like that.
You could have just told me. You don't have to
Yeah.
endanger your life to do this. But I guess it makes for good television if it's action oriented.
That's true. Action news. Action news is not called action news with no action.
So I actually hopped on because it was bugging me that you guys are going back and forth between release Josh's comic or not.
Oh,
so
do we need a tiebreaker? Because
dude, Josh, do it. Get it
opinion.
out there. Release the Snyder, the Kemble cut. Release.
Yeah. Okay.
I hate to break the fourth wall, but it was all drama.
It's all just good promo.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think timing is important though. I feel like and I think what Gary was saying about the perception of productivity is like it's probably something you're thinking about, but nobody else is as much as you're thinking, I think,
Oh yeah. I don't think it's driving factors. That's just a pride thing, but I do have that a little bit where it's it's a fun idea.
But again, the point about momentum is also very, actually legitimate too, because people if you have something, they also go what else do you have? So it's good to have kind of staggered releases.
Isn't that one of the most fun things about being a cartoonist, where you'll spend a year on a comic and be at a convention and somebody picks it up and is like, when's the next one? And you're like,
oh my gosh. It's I feel like the comparison's been made with telling a mom who just gave birth, so when's your next kid? It's they just gave birth. They just give them a minute. Let them enjoy all the work that they just went through. Yeah, yeah, because it's takes a long time. There's a lot of baking involved.
Well, Josh, I'll give you a personal example. I've been sitting on my book for a couple of years, but I think it's time to release it now. It's part one of a series I'm doing called the Bill Cosby Adventures, and I think it's going to be a big hit.
I think now is the time. Now's
the time, because I haven't heard a lot about him in a while.
Honestly, I think you're
he's ready for a comeback.
I cannot think of one reason why that wouldn't be successful. I mean, you're talking about one of the most famous comedians of all time.
Right? It's America's Family Man, right?
Mm-hmm. It's totally. In fact, I mean, that you could put that right on the shelf, right next to Bill Cosby's On Parenting, which is just such a great resource for parents.
Yeah.
In real life, not Cosby really, but what's his name? Kevin Spacey's movie was such a poorly released timing. I think it literally was the least performing movie ever, because all that stuff came out right as it was being released. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Is that the one that digitally replaced him though?
You're thinking the one where he was swapped for Christopher Plummer.
Yeah.
Right. I think there was another one where he was more of a prominent thing. I just felt bad for all the, cameramen.
Was it Baby Driver?
He was swapped with R. Kelly in
That's a great call. Yeah.
It just gets worse and worse.
It just keeps going and going.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
There's a movie that was finished in 2017, and they just keep recasting, and then
just stuff keeps coming out, and it's
I'm sorry, but that is a great bit. I think that actually needs to be made.
Yeah.
A
Jim Lujan cartoon is a film that
we talk about this a lot. Do you separate the artist? I mean, the real life artist from the art. And I always believe there's a line, usually it's video. If they're caught on video, that's the line. But
you mean
for example, Michael Jackson. There's a really good example.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, people. Yeah, I guess if you're not a Michael Jackson fan, it'd be easy, but. Yeah.
So I that's a really good example, because for years I would just kind of separate it, because I grew up as a kid, Bad was the coolest album ever. Captain EO was one of the coolest things at Disneyland. There's just this whole mystique and awesomeness. I mean, literally late nights pretending to be Michael Jackson in the kitchen, like when everybody was asleep. It's like I just thought he was the coolest guy.
I'm sorry, for some reason that sounded so.
That's
wrong.
exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Late night,
Late night,
by
pretending
yourself,
Michael
pretending to
Jackson
be
at the
like,
amusement
I
park.
think it's okay.
Yeah. And
It's a
then he
slumber
invited
party,
me to
we'll
like,
watch
yeah.
the
Oh
Sesame
no.
Street.
So to
Late night
clarify,
sleepovers.
it is kind of heading in that direction because like as I got older, I've actually gotten to the point where I can't in good faith listen to it and not like I can't actually enjoy the music like personally. To me, I wouldn't judge somebody who does because who does listen to the music because it's like whatever.
Yeah.
Like, but I do think it's one of those things where like for me that actually I was a little pissed that happened because I was like, well, now I can't even enjoy this music. And that's only recently after the last documentary where I was just like, I just can't.
It's
After
tough.
that,
It's tough. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Because
tough.
I think these are your, I don't know, there's a certain amount of think of like your enjoyment of it was kind of yours, know?
Exactly.
So it's a little strange, like, well, it is shitty that all this stuff happened and it's, but it's when media becomes like part of a cultural thing more than just the person.
Yeah, for sure.
And it is unfortunate when it stains your own memories of that enjoyment.
Yeah,
so it's
that
like
really
every
sucks.
time,
yeah,
and whether like you can separate the person making this thing versus
what
how
if
you
we
used to enjoy it.
Well, what's
like
weird
if
is
you're
I
enjoying
can
it
still...
privately, I feel like you can if it's in a private. I think it becomes problematic when it's more public and it makes a statement. It becomes political immediately because it just is.
Yeah, for sure.
But personal enjoyment, I don't know. I feel like it's up to you, and I don't know if
it makes a difference on how much you like the artist too, because it's easy to say, well, I guess I'm never going to listen to another, Mama Cass album again. That was a great example. That Mama Cass. But when it's somebody who's super close to you or that you have really a strong bond with, it's you cut them so much slack. I mean, Michael Jackson's a good example, great example. I mean, Woody Allen's another example too.
I was gonna say, like, I like his
Woody
movies.
Allen,
like, it's really, it's like he's kind of a creeper, but it's
Woody Allen was going to be an example of, like, for me, of somebody I don't mind watching his film still. Like, now if you put out a new one, I might feel a little weird about it, but it's like I kind of like I can still watch Annie Hall and I'm not like freaked out by it, which is weird because they're so like. What's funny is like the Michael Jackson stuff is a lot more separated from who he is,
right?
Whereas Woody Allen films are
talks
like,
about this stuff in his work, kind of, like, and it's really like blatant too. Like, oh yeah, I can see where some of this stuff leaks out.
If you go back and watch Manhattan, that's kind of he's dating a 17-year-old girl now or whatever.
Yeah, it's a trip, but it's like I don't know. I think for me, I draw that line like where it's like for myself, I for some reason I can't listen to Michael Jackson, but I can watch a Woody Allen film.
I really thought you were going to say, for some reason, I like them even more now.
Like I actually I
don't know what it is.
It just made me a big fan of his work.
You're just doubling down, right? Just
like weirdly enough, I didn't even listen to Michael Jackson before.
Right, start.
Wouldn't that be like the most hipster flex that
it is,
only listened to only consumed artists like who were problematic like that.
Yeah. Okay, speaking of hipster flex, I had this conversation with Kevin Cross in Portland.
Ooh, that's hipster central.
Ground zero.
Yes,
ground zero.
But I told him and I still believe this. Liking punk rock, in theory, I might have talked to you too about this, Josh. Liking punk rock in theory isn't punk rock. Liking Nickelback is punk rock.
Wow.
Because it's gone full circle, right?
Exactly. That's exactly
right. It's got
right.
crapped on
You're
so
exactly
much.
Right.
that like you have to be like, well, you know what, you got to give him some slack. It's like
if you go to 35 music critics and say, I really love Black Flag's first album, they'll be like, good choice there, son.
Right. Yeah.
That's a
There's no controversy there.
Yeah, but if you say like, oh, Nickelback's brand new album,
oh,
it's the best,
I can go along with that.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. Isn't that scary?
I mean, I feel like the same thing's happened with I mean, I don't know if it's like a hipster thing, but like the prequels getting less crapped on because it's like it's been so long, and
because the kids that grew up with it now are like my nephew's age.
Right.
Like they're late 20s and turning 30.
Yeah. Like they're able to actually articulate their love for something because they enjoyed it as kids, and there's a demographic, I think, where
there's a word for that. It's called Munchausen syndrome.
That's what I was going to say.
Is it?
Actually
Wait, that's real? Are you just
rationalization is what?
Well, Munchausen is when isn't that when your parents like slowly poison you?
They insist that you're sick.
By proxy.
Oh, okay.
So
what's Munchausen?
That's when your captors, when you start going along with your captors and kind of defending them and leaving them.
Abuse.
Is it similar to what was that one? Stockholm syndrome.
Oh, that's not. You're right. That's Stockholm.
Yeah, because I think
Munchausen's
when you're
of us, by the way.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah,
I literally don't know Munchausen.
Actually, it's exactly.
Yeah. Because I was thinking Munchausen's when like a mother like slowly poisons their kid, and like it's a very disturbing syndrome. But there is a great movie called The Adventures of Baron Munchausen.
Munchausen did grow up in Stockholm, so it's kind of like all the same
You understand my confusion.
Yeah, if you want to apples,
And you know what? Just bringing this full circle, like Stockholm, like didn't we speak about something like, I don't know? I thought there was like some sort of Norwegian joke earlier at the top.
You're Finnish. Oh,
joke. The Finnish.
You have a Finnish graphic novel. I have a Finnish friend that does like comics. I could talk to him about your Finnish graphic novel, and we can make this happen, man.
That's true. Maybe if he does lettering and translation, I could actually have a Finnish graphic novel.
Super Finnish graphic novel.
I kind of want to make a Finnish graphic novel just so I can say
just for that purpose.
And you do the cover in some kind of chrome, so it's finished.
Oh, it's got a nice
and it has a finish on it. Yeah,
really, exactly.
That's true. Right. Like a satin finished graphic novel.
Yeah.
Wow.
I love it.
Just for the bit, you'd actually make an entire graphic novel just for the bit.
There is something to be said for like one of the things I love about a really good joke is when somebody goes all the way with it to the extent where like one of my favorite things to see is when you like a really good example is there's a bit that I think Chris, you've seen this one too, but it's like No. Although the Kristen Shaw as a horse is a really good example of this.
Okay, that you know what I'm talking about, where it's like not funny at the beginning, but it's funny. It loses its funny, and then it becomes funny again just by the sheer.
I thought you were I thought you were going to say Woody Allen again. So.
No. It's Too Many Cooks. So there's this like short, and I don't know who did it, but it was on Adult Swim, and it's called Too Many Cooks. Right? Yeah. And you can watch it, and it's like it ends up being like 50 minutes.
Yeah, it goes way longer than it needs to, but maybe that's part of the thing, right?
And it's great because it all revolves around one bit, like which is pretty much like a self-aware title sequence from like a bad sitcom, particularly like riffing on like late 70s, early 80s sitcoms, and then it kind of morphs into like 90s sitcoms. But it becomes these self-aware title sequences that then morph and just loop into a different title sequence. And then it just kind of just plays with that and pushes it as far as it can go to its worst possible conclusion. And it repeats so often that it starts off, it's somewhat funny. It continues.
It turns into like a weird horror trope.
Yes.
Like sort of some weird oh my gosh, like a kind of existential questioning of
the
characters start having a crisis.
I mean, some meta stuff like the titles start actually attacking the characters, like the titles that appear on the screen actually start there's just all sorts of weird meta stuff that happens. But what I love about it is they push the bit so far and they commit to it so hard that it just becomes funny on like 10 different levels. Much in the same way as the Kristen Shaw bit, where it's like that bit's great too, or it's just like they just repeat Kristen Shaw is a horse while she's like trotting like a horse for what, like 10 minutes.
They start and they're like, haha, silly, and then it gets weird and people start getting uncomfortable in their seats, and then it becomes funny again because of the sheer discomfort, I think, like as a release. I don't know.
I love that in humor when people really commit just to the point where, it's like, no, we're going to do this like very authentically and we're just going to kind of murder it. I think that's the best. I don't know. But there's one person here who has done comedic work for years, and then there's 3 of us who haven't. So I would like to say, as the person who's done no, I'm just kidding. So Jim, what's your thoughts on that?
Josh, your comics are hilarious.
Like,
just
totally
2 stories. Oh man, just gut buster.
It's a laugh a minute, exactly.
Actually, 2 stories would be better if you opened it up and it played the Larry David theme from Kirby Enthusiasm. After each.
I love it. So I mean, what do you think about that?
You can do that. You can add that song to like any video.
Oh, really?
I added it to the end, the last episode of Game of Thrones, where everything goes wrong, and then just like she just burns this tree, and spoiler warning. But yeah,
the one that it doesn't work with is the Zapruder film. That's kind of not. It's a little dark.
Nice.
Oh my god!
Nice.
Hey, I actually had a question, not related to comics or anything, but we mentioned the prequels, and it reminded me of this. Do you guys, if you had to say in our lifetimes, would you say that will the original trilogy Star Wars ever be rebooted?
In our lifetime?
In our lifetime. Being that we don't get hit by a car tomorrow or something.
Oh. Can we like rely on technology transferring our consciousness to like a robot body?
I
well then, like,
for sure.
You're 2100 total reboot.
It's been rebooted in infinity. No, I wonder. I think yes. I think Star Wars will be rebooted in the next 25 years. I think
yes.
Yeah.
I think I would qualify it. I think they'll. What I would definitely bet on is that they'll do some sort of animated version, like remake of all 9 movies, and like that'll kind of get them around some of the fan blowback of like, you can't recast Han Solo, you can't recast. So like they'll get like, it'll be like a Pixar kind of Star Wars thing.
I think I just have this gut feeling. I think they will completely like recast like brand new cast and brand new director, and we will be in our wheelchairs being going, this is blasphemy.
That's not Harrison Ford.
I have to say, as a gigantic Star Wars nerd, I think I would sort of be okay with it and interested. Only
I would too. I would
like to see them go through and kind of like that. I mean, that thing is so Frankenstein monstered together, and like it doesn't. You can tell they were sort of just building the track in front of the train as it was rolling, and it doesn't quite work. I think if you could go through and clean it all up and do like some extra drafts of all those scripts, especially the prequels.
I love this idea. Like if you could just insert like Jabba the Hutt into like the first one, just kind of floating. Like if you could just add that with CG, and then maybe like make it, so that like Han doesn't shoot first,
right?
Or he dodges really inhumanely fast.
Yeah,
because those are the things that those original things were in the movies. So so I think I don't know. I think that's going to happen in our lifetime, and I think whatever is exciting about that right now that you feel, I think all of us will be terribly disappointed. Because we'll be like, why did they even do it? They just,
Very possible.
I think it's guaranteed that'll happen.
I wonder though, like, do you think they'll ever remake The Godfather? Like,
No.
I mean,
it doesn't have the
do.
same.
Yeah, I do.
Really?
Because all of our classics now
they
are
did
gonna be
remake
just like,
Psycho very stupidly, but they did remake it.
they'll do it.
Right?
It always
That was like that weird. It was almost like a weird
Homage though,
student
like he did it.
experiment,
He did
like,
it. Yeah, it did it like
shot
it was
remake.
literally shot for shot.
Yeah.
Like it wasn't.
It's like one or two little changes, but otherwise,
Oh! Speaking of, I have a way to fix Jar Jar and Phantom Menace. This is not a joke. Don't say kill him. Don't say that.
I have an idea too. I want to hear yours.
Okay. If they ever re-release it or re-edit it, but you just have Jar Jar speak Gungan the whole thing, and you just put subtitles. Yes,
That's what I've been
That
saying.
might work.
Yes, yes. Subtitle Jar Jar
Because-
is actually not so bad.
That is so funny. I've never heard of that idea, but it works really well because it automatically you can't make a judgment about a language you don't understand. You have nuance, you get emotion, you get just the high and low level fears, the really subtlety things you don't have to worry about. So it's
and then they CGI a "Make America Great" cap on him. just the cherry on top.
Right.
No, if they did that's like 80%, 90% of his
Of
flaw.
what makes him awful. Yeah.
Yeah.
right.
And
Yeah,
It's totally in keeping with Chewbacca and Jabba and all these people where they're speaking an alien language and everybody somehow understands.
Yeah, and then you also have Ahmed Best, because I mean that guy got a raw deal. You have
poor
him
guy.
do the
oh
voice.
my god, seriously. Yeah, the dude just like got the short end of the stick with this.
And he did a job, and there was so much excitement at the time. And then he just got murdered by the fans.
And he did it exactly how George Lucas wanted.
Right.
You know?
Yeah. He came to do the job. He was hired for the job, and he did it. Spectacularly. And that's got to be crummy to be.
I will say the one thing that really impresses me is he's less irritating. Like I have been rewatching like the whole thing in sequence, Wars. And I'm like still in the Clone Wars, but the Clone Wars cartoons, like which take forever to watch, so I'm like midway through.
They're so good.
Trying to do everything sequentially, and I gotta say, like Jar Jar's even less irritating in those. Like some of the Jar Jar episodes are actually fairly decent. And I was like, how did they manage on that cartoon? Yeah. They managed to actually highlight things that were kind of interesting about that character that they just completely weren't able to bring any life to in the film.
Well, here's another fix for Phantom Menace. There's a couple things, but here's another one.
There's one that could just be like just kind of do the Indiana Jones 4 thing with it.
Remember when they swam to what's the Gungans where they live?
Otto Gunga?
Yes. When they swam there, I
thought I tried not to remember, but
you remember that.
My Star Wars brain was like, at the time I'm such a fan. I convinced myself it was good, and I felt it was like my due diligence to still remember this stuff. And
they dropped the ball on that scene when they could have made the Jedis have a new power where they could have just went and like used the Force and held their breath for one, and then the other thing is taking their robes off.
Yeah, that was ridiculous.
That was swimming with the robes on.
I tried swimming stupidly with some jeans on, and I almost drowned. Like literally, it is impossible to swim with clothes on. And
it's scary hard. Like I jumped into a pool once wearing everything, and I couldn't. I thought I was gonna die. Yeah.
Right. It's like I know how to swim. Like what's wrong with me? And like it was their robes.
I went to the public pool in a Jedi robe. And not only did I almost drown, but I was laughed at.
I don't know why. Yeah, it's just.
And then arrested. Yeah.
And then arrested.
But I'm coming out with a book of fixes for the
fixes
Phantom Menace. And I still say this. I still say the Phantom to me. The Phantom Menace still has the movie. Of course, I feel the same way as you guys do, but. The trailer is still the best trailer I've ever seen.
I think that was part of because it was like so awaited, so anticipated.
It's a good trailer. It holds up.
It is. It's the trailer is great. Just like it's hauntingly good, So it's like
Darth Maul wasn't bad either.
Right. No, there's tons of great. If you find pieces of it, that battle was great. The duel,
fight. The fight sequences were way more interesting Like
Darth Maul was like being at a restaurant and they bring the best dish out and you're like, oh, that's great. And the waitress comes and goes, oh, you guys are done with that? And then walk away. Yeah. He was so
You still have half of the meal in your mouth. No.
Yeah.
You can't tell them, no, I'm still enjoying this delicious thing that you brought. But
yeah. Like, there's a lot of things. I mean, it was just a weird time. It was the day after the Phantom Menace came out. It was like I'm not going to say it was their 9/11. That's terrible. But it was their 9/11. It was the nerd 9/11. It was.
No, it was. I don't think it was immediate.
9/12,
It wasn't.
9/12.
It wasn't. It was like a slow.
Yeah, I think
admission.
It took a lot of.
It took a lot of like. I convinced myself I enjoyed it because it was a Star Wars. You know.
Yeah, me too.
So it was a slow realization. Like, I don't think it was good, which feels like it's. It was like a realization that drifted in.
Yeah, I remember every one that came out, I would just like brainwash myself into being like, it wasn't that bad.
It wasn't that bad, yeah.
But it is interesting because it's like watching something like The Mandalorian now that's so good.
Of course, yeah.
It's just really hard to like understand, at least for myself. Like I have trouble relating to the version of me that was trying to pretend those weren't bad.
Well, I think all three of the prequels are genius ideas on paper. They're genius. Mm-hmm. They really are. They're great stories, and it's like, oh man, you know,
the ideas are fine.
It's just the execution was just kind of like the editing was really weird on them too. I don't know why.
Yeah. Well, I think it's funny. I feel like I'm having deja vu. I just had this conversation with another nerdy drink and draw group. and they're talking about George just being a really good story guy versus like, and then not having an editor that could say like, you know what, George, that's not a good idea. Maybe we should change it. Nobody would say that because he's George freaking Lucas, and at this point, he's created this universe that universally adored. So it's like, you know, even in the original trilogy, like Marsha Lucas, great editor, like his wife can tell him, that thing was saved in the edit. You know, like if you see early bits, it really drags. And even this is one little thing, the Tusken Raider, he only does that once. They reverse the film a couple times in order to fake it. You just don't notice that.
Oh wow.
And that was like done in the edit because they wanted just something unique. And one of the many millions of tiny micro decisions that made that movie iconic were probably saved because there was somebody to say like, we probably should include, you know, the legend of the whales and all the super minutia that George had to probably in his head, but it just doesn't make any sense.
Right. And it's a good example of just because you can do something doesn't mean you should do something.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And those prequels were a good example. Like I remember when watching the 60 Minutes reports on those and seeing George Lucas sit with his laser pointer. And at the time I thought that's like a dream. Like that's the best way to make a film. And I don't know. It's sometimes no is a good thing.
Yeah, you gotta have a good team somebody that, you know, it's like a marriage, somebody that like can make sure that
tell you the truth.
Exactly. Yeah.
I will say the Clone Wars cartoons do make those better though.
They do.
Which I've been really impressed by. Like
the TV show makes the lore and the general storyline of the movies much more impactful.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
The character is so much more fuller.
I haven't gotten into any of the animated stuff, but I did watch some summaries, like YouTube summaries on them. Yeah. And it's very cool.
It took a little bit for me to get into because it's made for kids initially, but it definitely ages with. It's like Harry Potter, you know, it gets more and more complex as you go along. But it really gets into some deep stuff. Like
it actually does get better, like pretty much when Jar Jar is taken out of it.
Well, even that episode, I don't know if we saw the same one, because there's one where the Jar Jar specific one, it's very meta because they keep on having scenes where it looks like he dies, you know, and it's like, and they have like 3 or 4 fake out deaths where I think 3PO's there, and then it looks like Jar Jar fell off a cliff, and C-3PO says, "Oh no, Jar Jar Binks has died." And then he just comes over the edge. I'm okay. It's like they clearly know that there's a fan base wanting him to.
It's kind of like a little bit like Munchausen syndrome. I
still don't understand what that is, but I'm gonna just.
By the way, Adam Lore laid it out in the comments.
I saw that.
Okay.
You know what's so funny, Gary? I was so confident when I was saying like.
So was I.
Hello, Munchausen syndrome. Sounds like somebody has a case of Munchausen syndrome over there.
Just you got it, I got it. It's how you say it. It's very confident, so I'll believe it. Wait, so Gary, what was your tweaks to prequels?
Oh, by the way, just I'm gonna disappear for about 20 seconds because my magic internal clock knows it's been 2 hours. So I'll be right back.
Wow, there he goes again. No, actually, I thought Jim was dead on. I've been saying that for years. Like, if you saw Jar Jar.
Oh, that was it? No way.
Yeah, that fits it. Yeah, this is
so funny.
The problem with Jar Jar. After that, like, I also agree with Jim. I think like the scripts themselves, at least the ideas in there, are fine. I think Lucas is a great idea guy. I have to say, and I'm not going to say like I knew the prequels would be trash. I'm not saying that, but I was concerned they would be trash because the only one that Lucas had 100% control over, and even then, not exactly because of the editor, was the first one. And the first one, as great as it is, as classic as it is clunky as hell, and you can tell that Lucas is not an actor's director. So I was anticipating like we're not going to see amazing performances in these prequels. It's funny. I was talking about this with a friend a couple of years ago. There's sort of a tragedy with George Lucas where if you read about the making of Star Wars, it was hell for him. Like it was just a nightmare. And the studio, like he's burning through money and the studio did not believe in him at all. Right. He was totally wigged out. I think he might have had a heart attack at one point, or he thought he was having a heart attack. Like, he went to the hospital. It was just really, it was suffering to get that movie made.
Right.
And it was so painful for him. With Empire and Return of the Jedi, that's why he was kind of eager. It's like, I'm going to have somebody else do this shit. Because this was
different directors,
When he came back to do the prequels, I think he took maybe my worm's eye view of this, the wrong lesson from all that, where it's like, now I have a mountain of fuck you money that I'm sitting on top of. I'm going to do this exactly how I want, And like, that was his lesson. It's like, I'm never going to have a studio tell me what to do ever again. I'm never going to have to deal with anybody else. Like, I'm going to do my vision, purely my vision. And the sad thing is like, it didn't quite work out. And I think it's because he's not great at all those things. Like Irving Kershner is a fantastic director. Leigh Brackett,
right, for sure.
Like Lawrence Kasdan is a great writer. Like these are people who helped him take his ideas and make them into something great. And somehow he didn't get that, and it was sort of sad.
So I'm a huge Beatles fan. Like I've always, ever since I was a little kid, and the prequels came out. And the Beatles anthology came out around the same time.
Oh,
and I
that's
was
a good point.
So excited for the anthology because they were going to have 2 new Beatles tracks that they were going to take John Lennon's vocals and then the remaining Beatles were going to play on them. And I was like, oh, so excited.
Right.
And the same thing kind of happened with, it was like a weird growing up realization that just because you have all these ingredients doesn't make a good pie always.
Right.
Yeah, and I think also just like here's the thing, like it or not, like one thing I will say is like people love crapping on George Lucas almost as much as they do like Nickelback or like and there's a certain point where like, hey, that's really appropriate when the prequels are out, but it's like I also think it's like it is one of those things of like he did kind of relaunch Star Wars, like which didn't need relaunching. I mean, people were already on board, but the point being, it did kind of create a lot of the new Star Wars stuff that I really dig. I'm one of the weird people who are like, I really like the new ones. Like I've been enjoying all of them, and I actually have really enjoyed. Like I thought Adam Driver was great. Like I actually enjoy a lot of what they're doing with the new Star Wars universe and Kathleen Kennedy as a runner and stuff. And I'm like, I kind of can't hate it too much because it's like I don't think any of that it would exist without Lucas. So it's like this weird thing where it's kind of like I don't know. I feel about it like almost like I feel about Stan Lee sometimes, where it's like I know there's things about Stan Lee that are just terrible, but at the same time, like, would there have been Marvel Comics without Stan Lee? You know, like
you needed a good talker, you need a good salesman to get this stuff out there, and it's really crummy that the credit was not given so much to the artists. And
100%.
Yeah,
but
I think just because I didn't care for the prequels all that much. I to me doesn't reflect anything on Lucas to me, because he's made so much good stuff.
Well,
and there's moments in all of the prequels. There's moments that are incredible.
Well, and I feel like I'm an anomaly among Star Wars fans. Like, I do think Phantom Menace was okay and kind of an interesting start to the prequels. I kind of like one less, and believe me, I think Phantom Menace was great, and it's not in my top few movies, but I think it was fine. Like, and I thought I was sort of interested, and I remember when I came out of Phantom Menace, I wasn't sitting. I think I was telling myself I liked it more than I did, but at the same time, I wasn't telling anyone I loved it. And I was saying, I'm interested to see where he's going from here.
Right, that's for sure.
It was a good start to the Star Wars universe. And I was like, all right, I can get into this. I think that second one is probably my least favorite of all of them. Like, I mean, I can't do Attack of the Clones.
Well, because it's supposed to be a romance, and you don't see any of the chemistry. It was just so hard to watch, you know.
I personally, I just like part of how I wooed my wife was by talking about how much
you hate sand.
I hate sand.
Yeah,
and
I hate sand. It's coarse.
And then murder a village of
exactly.
To show her, like, I have feelings.
It's just like, I hate sand, and she's like, I'm in love. This is amazing.
Yeah, this guy's hot.
That's but like the thing that she was saying, and she right after that subsequently gave up her government career and started brushing her hair. That's what my wife said.
Josh, the scientists have proved that the prequels give you the same feeling in your body that you get when you watch your dad get beat up.
I do think the comparison to the Beatles is really appropriate, though. And by the way, we are officially Night Gang now because Mama Soto has shown up in the chats. How's it going?
Hello.
Night Gang. All right. Anyhow,
we should have like a gang sign, right?
But I'm glad you brought up the Beatles because it's possible to it's possible to dislike Ringo's solo career and yet still like some of his beats on Rubber Soul. It's okay to kind of be okay with Ringo in the Beatles, but kind of where he went after maybe wasn't so great, or so I definitely, or I love Sunny Day Real Estate, and I'm not a huge Foo Fighters fan, but two of the members of the Foo Fighters did some of my favorite songs ever, so I don't know.
Yeah, it's so difficult to separate your enjoyment of something. Also, we're talking about the past too, trying to remember how we felt about this stuff, but also we're so aware of how these things are made now too. We know the names of producers and showrunners,
writers,
even writers. It's very difficult to, especially if you're involved in the creative industry, but to have a pure non influenced experience of it is really difficult now with any Marvel Star Wars movie, because we're aware of the giant machines behind them or even the names behind them, and we try to wonder what went wrong, why did I like this, whereas there's so many millions of decisions that happen during a production of any sort of movie, even a book, that we're unaware of, and then we don't know, and it's an emotional reaction. It's why did I like this line versus that? And
childhood flavors all of that too.
Right. Just what they were saying about the amazing spaceship, right? You remembered it so much better than it was.
Oh, dude, I've tried to rewatch the Transformers cartoons, because I loved those as a kid, and they do not hold up. They're and I remember I was in tears watching the Transformers movie, in the theater. And I've rewatched it since, and I'm I I don't understand how I had that connection. I think it was the toys. It's just like there's something about the nostalgia of it that kind of clouds your, because I still love it, even though I can admit like it just doesn't hold up, you know?
Yeah.
That's how I am about Enfamil. So, you know, when I was a baby, it was great, but I can barely drink a can of it.
I can barely drink it anymore. I don't know why.
Right. I still do. It's fine. No, I wonder, like, I've thought about, I mean, obviously a lot of the reason why I love the original movies is because I saw them when I was, you know, 8 or 10 or whatever. And so I've wondered, like, of the new movies, I love, and this is another thing, a lot of Star Wars fans don't like this, I loved The Last Jedi. It is my second favorite Star Wars movie, only after Empire Strikes.
The more I sit with it, the more I sit with it, the more I enjoy some of the decisions that were taken with it.
The throne room scene is great.
What's that?
That red throne room where they.
That red throne is pretty awesome.
That's one of the best ever scenes in any of the Star Wars.
And like the curtains are burning up while they're in there.
Right.
And like,
that's classic. That's good.
Dude, the visualization and the juxtaposition of like light and dark and like those whole sequences are just like kills me.
And it has like so much of what I wanted. Like the mystical weirdness, and it references the past movies but takes it a little bit further. It's not afraid to start changing up the characters. But then sometimes I wonder, like, the fact that I'm my age and I love this Star Wars movie, does that make it a bad Star Wars movie?
Oh, I see.
You know what I mean?
Because it's appealing to you,
like,
not this younger generation.
10, would I love The Last Jedi? I doubt it. Like, I think I would
I actually want to do a sample. I have no idea. I have never. Yeah, I got to see if my.
But like, should that be the litmus? Like, if we're going to say Star Wars movies are for kids, you know. If The Last Jedi works on a mid-40 something, does that mean it's then therefore doing the best? Like, it's a shitty Star Wars?
Right, because I think the prequels would do much better. The prequels would do much, probably, you know, like in a screen test, do much better with a younger audience than the sequel trilogy, I think.
Yeah.
Right. I feel in which case, like, what's the thesis? What is the whole thesis of this whole franchise? Is it for
like, what are we doing? Right.
Yeah.
Like, I can imagine if you're Kathleen Kennedy, it's like, which audience are we trying to cater to? What are we trying to do with this?
Yeah,
like, these aging
which I think the biggest problem with the sequel was that like they didn't know where they were exactly going from one movie to the next, and you can tell when the director was like, J.J. Abrams, I want this, and then Rian Johnson had his own vision, and then J.J. took it back. Like, how many trilogies do that? They should have had a totally different guy, or not at all, you know, or one person the whole way through.
And that's a good example of like something that you see differently as a creative who's made things. Like, I found that so offensive, that last Star Wars movie, where it's like, Rian Johnson set you up with so many cool, interesting things you could do now, and you just basically hit undo. Like, I was appalled. Like, I really was angry watching it. It was like, I can't believe we're just ignoring stuff that we did in The Last Jedi, or we're taking it back. Or
it reminded me of parents, like, when they have the kid for the weekend and saying, well, your mother didn't want to take you to Disneyland. And
moms are like,
see, I think I'm that strange person who I like still kind of enjoyed it. I don't know.
All three all the way through equally?
Yeah. Well, not equally, but I did enjoy all three.
I enjoyed
all three. Me too, Josh.
I actually like it.
First two are okay. I feel like the third one I had a hard time with it, you know.
That's interesting because like I actually liked a lot of things about the third, like more. Although I overall didn't enjoy it as much. I think the second was the strongest. I feel like the third, I really liked the relationship with Rey and Kylo, and I like where they went with that. And I have to say, like. That finale,
they're at the top of the game,
and that finale with them I thought was really cool, and it was a good resolution to their plot line. But I will say I felt like the side characters, they did, like, just from a storytelling point of view, like they left a lot of threads just completely untied, and it was like what, you know, like a lot of the main characters weren't really essential characters.
You know, the number one and probably the only major problem I have with the sequels and I'll say this kind of low because my she'll hear this and she'll be like, "You're a dork. I'm divorcing you." But I think is when they shot that laser and they blew up all those planets, like billions and billions and billions of people died, and it's just like hardly mentioned at all.
Right. Yeah. You don't feel the gravity because
as a survivor of Alderaan, I am offended by that. And so no, but I thought that was how they dismissed that so casually, like, oh,
it's true. It just feels like you're just watching. At least in the first in Force Awakens, you see that it happened. I mean, there was supposed to be more, like you're supposed to get to know one of the senators, the younger gal that's with the other aliens on the tower as the red laser's coming at them. You feel the horror of it a little bit more.
Yeah, I thought that was like a big deal, but then it's not referenced. Or
Never
anything.
The whole galaxy.
They're like, they have planet killers. Oh, and they destroyed that one town, and we care about the one little Babu Frick guy, and like, oh, he made it. Like that's. But besides that, we didn't get to know anybody else on that planet, so we don't have an emotional connection.
It was they were playing tug of war with those three movies, though.
Yeah.
So but they set up a really good. I don't know if they did this on purpose, but they did set up a really good television landscape. Like, because now we need explanations, and that's what the TV shows are going to do.
So
I think
I also think one of the great things about like Mandalorian that the films are missing is like I think they have this tendency to want to go really epic and bring in like a million characters. And the thing I've been enjoying about Mandalorian is it like gets to tell more quiet stories about singular characters. So it's like, and they even changed me around on like one of the things that threw me off initially was like seeing like Bill Burr. I was just like, I can't watch this and think he's like a thug that like I can't not.
I loved him in it. I thought he was one of the best things.
I ended up really loving that character.
Dude, even though you know that he doesn't like Star Wars, he's doing this for a favor for his friend Jon Favreau. It's like, but I think that fit. He was cast perfectly.
Initially, I didn't. It pulled me out of it because I love Bill Burr, and I was just like, "That's just Bill Burr." And like, I just couldn't take it seriously, and I just kept thinking of him like telling off, like doing his famous hour-long riff against an audience, And I'm like, okay, this is. But then like, the later episodes with his character made me even like that character and get pulled in because like I said, they get to tell these like silent nuanced stories where it's like that's kind of where they should have gone in the films with the stormtrooper, being able to have like a closing of their arc and like the kind of sins they felt like they were involved in being a part of this machine. I just think
Finn got screwed over.
Yeah, Finn could have been so much more, like he was so much potential.
Oh, and the Knights of Ren. I wanted to see more of that.
Yeah, what the hell? Yeah, that was
it.
It's like, okay, so they're just guys that look like the cover of a metal album, I guess.
Right. So you guys in a band or something?
They never explained. They never explained what Ren was either, too.
Yeah.
Right.
No.
Yeah.
Is it Ren from NWA? I guess so.
It must be.
And they all take their masks off, and it's Dre and Eazy-E and all that. Yeah.
All the Kylo stuff was cool.
Yeah.
I thought Rey was cool. Like Rey was fine. But almost I'm trying to get better and not go off on Rise of Skywalker too much anymore. I've moved on, I've grown up, get a little bit of therapy. But it's like it's the one Star Wars movie I don't own. And I feel like that kind of says it. Like it's kind of like Indiana Jones 4 for me, where it's like, no,
actually, you're right. You're right. Same thing. I just realized I don't own that one either.
Yeah,
that's the only one. I have like multiple copies of the. Yeah. It's not that I didn't hate it. I just didn't enjoy it enough to watch it again.
Which film?
The last one, the Rise of Skywalker.
You guys, when the UFOs show up later this year, you're gonna go back and watch that film, and then you'll regret it. So.
I don't know if you guys have had this byproduct, but like the second you have your second vaccine shot, you love that film. It's just a weird thing. Yeah,
maybe it hasn't kicked in yet. Yeah. I actually, as of yesterday, I'm 2 weeks out from my second shot.
I'm so jealous.
Yeah,
I'm surprised you aren't like out just partying it up like.
Yeah,
living
actually,
like the 1960s.
I'm realizing I was talking to a friend about this the other day. I'm realizing I have a degree of social anxiety. The idea of going back out there,
right?
Like, I think I'm gonna have to ease in.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm not ready for that.
That's Munchausen syndrome.
It's true. I think that's the term. No. No, it's definitely.
It's like in real life though. Like if you've been starving for a long time, it's dangerous to actually just gorge yourself and eat. You know,
that's right. If you've been fasting, you
right.
ease back. You start with like simple foods, right?
Yeah. Don't go to like a rock concert immediately or something.
No.
Just,
I'll go and talk to a barista. And
right, there you go. Just have a really awkward conversation. Like, I haven't talked to another stranger.
Yeah. Can I just practice on you, please?
Yeah. Is this cool?
Just ask the barista what screenplay they're working on right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you have any auditions coming up? What's
right, exactly. Yeah.
I kind of think like it's also going to be one of those things where, because I'm kind of a curmudgeon anyway, like outside of like a shutdown, there might be a part of me that like kind of misses it, where I'm like, I'm normal now. Like the second things open up and people are like, let's party, and I'm like, I kind of want to just work on my comic. People are going to look at me like I'm strange again, and I'm like, well. I guess like one of the nice things about this has been like it's normalized working at home on projects.
Right. Long hours quietly by yourself indoors.
Exactly.
It can be very productive for a comic career.
So speaking of, Mama Soto was asking what we're all working on, and I thought maybe we could do like a go around and let her know what we're all working
on. I'm working on the. Well, who wants to go first? Am I starting?
Corey, you can hop on. Feel free, man. You know how. This is going to be like a full house.
Wow.
It's funny.
We're literally a night gang at this point. Like we could probably take somebody down, like with our powers combined.
Actually, did this interview with a podcast recently called Convention Crossing.
Nice.
And one of her questions was, "What keeps you motivated?" And I name dropped to Josh, telling you that these things get me motivated, because up until an hour ago, I was in my bed with the iPad with Procreate because it's convenient. But listening to you working on stuff and seeing other people work on stuff, that's definitely motivating to I should probably just do a little bit and work on something here.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's cool.
And tonight I am working on this Plague Doctor, which I think I mentioned before.
Yeah.
Here, you can see it's on the iPad.
It's sweet.
That's cool. That Art Nouveau style type thing.
Oh yeah, that's I love it.
Oh wow.
Yeah, but I'm trying to work in some little Easter eggs, like he's got the rod of Asclepius. I forget how to say it, but also the different symbols that we use, like the.
Sorry, I need to make an inappropriate comment real quick. I've got your rod of Asclepius right here.
Wow.
Okay. Anyhow, go ahead.
Yeah. I got your rod right here.
Sorry, it was a necessary joke.
Yeah, I like to.
It wasn't necessary, and yet you stopped.
And yet you still.
Everybody, excuse me, everybody.
I have an inappropriate joke to deliver.
Oh man, I love it. What is the there's a book or a TV series where they constantly refer to not being able to make the obvious joke. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna have to remember what this is. But
it's
okay. So the audio book series that I love called Off to Be the Wizard, by anyhow, it's a great series of books. They're really corny and very like Douglas Adams-ish. But because they're wizards and they have staffs, there's like one of the rules of being a wizard is that you can't make the obvious joke about the staff. So anyhow, sorry.
That's in.
I just broke that rule.
That's in the rule book, and you broke it.
I can't be a wizard.
You're out of wizard school now.
Yeah. So, what's everybody else working on?
Yes.
I don't know how to see chat without doubling.
I'm working on this.
Oh.
Tell me if you can see this.
It's too bright. Oh.
I see.
I see Star Wars. Nice. You are the creator of Star Wars, as I remember.
That's proof.
It's true, ladies and gentlemen.
The top hat is a nice. There weren't enough top hats.
The top hats,
Ladies and gentlemen, Star Wars. It's a little indie film that
film
our guest George Lucas is creating, and somehow the neck is just not matching up. But he's been a guest on this podcast.
He just shaved his beard. That's what he looks like without the beard. That's it's amazing.
Here, I'll show you one thing. I'm not working on this tonight, but I figured I'd pick something that's kind of finished. But that's just a shot. That's going to be from where
that's my congregation there.
Yes, that's Josh's congregation.
Is that what you're doing the voice?
Wait, what?
Josh is playing a cool pastor in the film I'm working on right now.
Oh, I heard you're doing a voice. That's really cool.
Here, let me show you his character. I have a shot of his character here.
Does he actually like put on a voice, or is it just your regular voice?
It's Josh, the cool pastor.
It's kind of me, man.
Yeah.
It's just me, like digging. Talking about.
You're here to talk about the God, right? Get down with
Pastor Kyle.
So. And then anytime you talk to the young youth group kids, you have a chair, you flip it around.
Totally.
It's kind of like me.
Yeah.
It's a little bit like me and Keanu Reeves, like kind of mixing, like
yeah.
but like Keanu Reeves, like circa, the Circle K.
You can actually watch Josh's entire recording session.
True.
On
that's right.
On one of Josh's 7 television programs on YouTube.
Yeah. But, I just love the idea of like for a character, cool pastor. Like that's as someone who did Catholic school and all.
I had with the archetype. Yeah.
There was nobody else I was going to cast but Josh for that. That's the truth. But it's for a movie called Pleasure Beast that I'm working on.
Yeah, and this is a safe for work movie.
Come up with the best titles.
It really is. Oh no, we lost Gary.
Oh no,
Gary got offended.
He was just like, I'm out.
He did it. And it's like, what you say?
Sounds like a case of Munchausen syndrome.
Did I miss another Munchausen?
You got apparently Munchausen. Also means if you're offended and leave a podcast. That's
I need to come up with like a counter, like a Munchausen counter for this, where every time it's like ding. And
so what's
next time? I will say, if you guys are watching this after the fact, or if you're watching it live and you want to have a fun drinking game, rewatch this, and every time you hear the word Munchausen,
or
drink.
Stockholm. Which they're basically the same thing.
It's the same thing.
Munchausen sounds like you would eat every time somebody says Munchausen.
I got the Munchausens right now.
I got the Munchausens.
Yeah. Have you guys seen the Adventures of Baron von Munchausen? It's a really good movie.
I actually have one of those classics. I have not seen.
Speaking of barons,
we are joined
by royalty.
Baron So, Corey, how is it going in your barren wasteland? I'm just gonna make barren jokes. I don't know.
It's good. I went kayaking today.
Nice. That's pretty badass.
Yeah, it's like a super fast one. We only went for like an hour.
Corey is constantly kayaking. He has like 50 kayaks.
That's the name of his. I think one of his albums is called "Constantly Kayaking."
Constantly Kayaking.
Yeah, that was a acoustic album.
50 kayaks.
That's cool. Where'd you head?
This is like the most hick thing that you can get in a hick town. But we kayaked the irrigation canal.
You could do that.
The canal in an agricultural community is large enough that there's like rapids and.
Corey, say Munchausen River. Just say it.
What?
I have to say that's the most Arizona thing I've ever heard. Kayaking the canal.
Yeah. So anyway, I'm like right next to Yellowstone and the Snake River and some of the best fly fishing in the world, and I'm like, I'm in a hurry, so I'm just gonna do this.
No time for that today. I'm just gonna. It's pretty cool.
It snowed a few days ago, so I was happy that it was actually warm enough to do it.
And Corey, weren't your kids? Didn't they get out of the kayak and like were running around in the snow? I saw some photos of this.
That was a couple weeks ago.
That's insane.
That's confusing me, right? Because like in my head, kayaking happens when it's really hot out.
Yeah.
and not snow weather.
Yeah, no, you're right. And everyone up here thinks I'm nuts too. Like everyone up here is like, dude, there's still snow on your lawn. Why are you putting your kayaks in your trailer? I'm like, because the river melted. It's like, it's like 33 degrees, so it's not frozen.
Oh my gosh.
They're heated kayaks.
Yeah. My California brain cannot conceive of degrees beyond 50.
Yeah.
I don't think the thermometer goes under 50. So it's
it's a dry temperature because I grew up in the central coast of California near San Luis Obispo. And like when it's like 60 there, it's like super cold. But when it's like 20 here, you're like, kind of chilly.
You live on like Hoth. Oh my gosh.
There's no such thing as 20.
No, it doesn't go that
low. We're joined in the chats by Ronnie Gunter of Crimson Owl Comics, who also has a really great YouTube show where they review horror comics, and it's pretty awesome. So, nice. Hey, Ronnie. All right, sorry.
Ronnie, have you bounced back from your shot?
Oh, you got it too?
He did. He got shot.
Which one did you get?
I got the Pfizer.
Oh, me too. I got my first dose of Pfizer. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, I got Moderna. It's been 2 weeks since my first shot, so I'm at like 70% coverage right now.
We need like a gang sign for Team Pfizer.
For Team Pfizer? Yeah, let's
I don't know.
Gary. Just we'll workshop this.
Is there just less of Pfizer or something? Because like I'm only hearing about Moderna.
Pfizer and Moderna are almost the same, although Pfizer is more effective, which is what I hear. But I've also heard it's more of a beast on the
really
second
similar
time.
efficacy. No, Pfizer and Moderna are pretty close. Very and there's difference between efficacy, and they did them at different times too. So it's not you can't really look at those numbers and think of them 1-to-1.
I think the difference is literally like 1 in the numbers, so I don't really think it's much of a difference. But they're very similar.
Right. Yeah.
What's funny is the ones that they've had the most issues with, or controversy with, are the ones that all the conspiracy nuts were not worried about, which are like the traditionally made one is the one that's having all the blood issues.
The
Johnson one?
Free ones. Yeah, like the J&J.
Yeah.
That's
the one that's been recalled a few times.
Right. Actually, but even that one, it's like, it's very low though. Even like
exactly. The numbers are not that high.
6 million. And then how many cases? Like 6. So it's like 1 in literally 1 million. But it's still a factor. So they had to make sure it's.
Well, I heard this today. I heard that way more women get blood clots from birth control pills.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Way more than got
like 1 in 1,000.
Right. And so does that mean like up until now they're like, well, they didn't really matter. So, it doesn't matter. It's just chicks, From
what I understand, the thing with the gin, it was something where the kind of blood clot has a 1 in a million chance of giving you.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
If you treat it like any other blood clot, it will actually make it worse. And that was sort of the weird, scary thing about it, where it's like, maybe we need to put this out there.
Yeah.
So doctors will know, like if someone comes in and says they're showing signs of this and they have had that vaccine, don't treat it the way you would normally treat it.
Don't do the usual thing.
Yeah,
make sure that you're looking at it differently. Yeah. Which is important. I know that's all good to,
Yeah, I also want to clarify, like, none of us are medical experts, just
right.
But I'll also say, like,
consult professionals, talk to people who went to school for this,
the percentage of effectiveness of the vaccines, like all 3 of them, from what I've heard, it's like it's absurdly better than like any vaccine for pretty much anything. Like, so for somebody to be afraid of this vaccine, it's I don't know. It seems kind of stupid. The only thing I'll say is
3.
Yeah.
So.
And I mean,
I'll be a living God.
You might start buying like a lot of Microsoft products, but other than that, like, everything's pretty much the same.
So Josh, I gotta say, you keep
a Surface. I like the idea.
Right. This is really funny because I know you're joking about this, but this is like a conspiracy thing, like even in silliness, I haven't heard, like in my own news cycles.
Oh,
so
that's
I'm curious
good.
to see if it's like, so what is, like, literally lay it out for me. What's the conspiracy? That you would buy more Microsoft?
So like one of my favorite things to pay attention to is like the extreme far right, because I think it's hilarious and fascinating and also terrifying. And so I like actually subscribe to a couple like really far right things just to like hear what the insane lunatics are believing. And like there is a really weird, it's on that QAnon side of things where there's a very far fringe of the right that like literally thinks that Bill Gates and like a bunch of other people. Well, Bill Gates in particular tends to be the one that goes with all the anti-vaxxers. Right. And a lot of anti-vaxxers on the right in particular, like think that somehow Bill Gates is like trying to engineer this thing to like microchip people or something.
That one I've heard. Okay.
Yeah. And so they're using this as like an excuse to microchip people. So I just joke about like, I thought it would be hilarious if, wouldn't it be funny if they were right? And suddenly, like when we all get vaccinated, out of nowhere, we're like, you know, I really missed that paper clip on my
I see.
On my dock. Like you just suddenly start
every Microsoft product, you know, like
you start being really pro.
Good.
Yeah, like you sell your Apple. It's like I don't really know why, but like I don't really like my Mac anymore. Like and I kind of want like an iOS phone. I don't know what's going on, or an Android instead of an iOS. So that's the bit I've been trying to go.
I think
but
I've seen,
I'm not successful at bits, and this is why I'm not a comedic writer.
It requires the presupposition that I would know the conspiracy thing, this particular one, because I know some, and I think like I've seen friends joke that they like, I got the vaccine, now do I get better 5G? You know, like reception on my phone, you know.
Yeah, so it has something to do with 5G, right?
Yeah,
right. There's a lot of that, the QAnon conspiracy stuff, which I have looked, you know, like to be aware of. It's kind of good to have your pulse on.
I just want to point out that this is the second time tonight that one of us has explained our jokes. So.
That's true.
Isn't that the sign of a really good joke, Jim?
Absolutely.
I thought it was
good to take 10 minutes
Munchausen by proxy.
It's also the sign of a good impression when you imitate someone. You go, "Hey, I'm so and so."
My name is so and so.
When you have to say,
yeah. But.
Which is weird because like I keep just doing Bill Gates impressions. I don't know why, but just ever since the vaccine, I'm gonna do this until it's funny.
Just keep at it, right? This is your
20 years from now, when people have completely forgotten about COVID, Josh is still gonna be cracking this joke.
Oh yeah.
So
and then
Corey,
the explanation will get longer because he's like, well, listen, like in 2020,
back in the 2020s, okay, it was a big deal.
So Corey, I don't know if you know this, but a little bit earlier we were. And again, I'm going to say Munchausen. We were talking about Munchausen syndrome, and with confidence, Gary and I said,
anyone following along with the drinking game, take a shot.
We explained Stockholm syndrome very clearly, with confidence.
Yeah, Munchausen syndrome where you make your children sick so that you can take care of them.
Corey, you were. Like, this is why it was kind of hilarious because you're literally reiterating what I said. And then Jim corrected me and was like, no, Munchausen syndrome is actually, and then we all figured out.
It was like, no. Munchausen by proxy is with the kids.
Yeah.
Munchausen is when you identify with your captors. Like, it was.
And then I said, isn't that kind of like Stockholm?
I said Munchausen syndrome.
Gentlest correction I've ever heard in my life. It's like it was like that sounds a lot.
It's when you get kidnapped by munchkins and you start identifying with them. Oh, that's Munchausen syndrome.
So Mama Soto, who's in Texas, so she's probably actually hearing some of these conspiracies more straight on than we are. But she just said, I read many non-far right mostly believe he is a eugenicist and a big funder of this and is looking to depopulate and make future infertile people. Oh my that's the whole
part of that Utopia series.
I like it.
It comes right like if you pay attention to sci-fi novels, these aren't original ideas.
Yeah. Right. Well, and what's hilarious is like, a lot of these people also weren't bothered by Bill Gates when he was like one of the worst business people in the planet in the sense of just like merciless, like brutal business practices. And now that he's actually like trying to do decent things with his life, everyone's like, he's evil. He's evil. But like the corporate takeovers were evil. It's weird. I always get mystified by that.
I'm trying to remember if it was you that mentioned like maybe it feels like he's just kind of trying to make up for the terrible things that he's done in the past, which like make more like it make more sense, like, well, in order to get to this mountaintop, I stepped on a lot of people, and out of my guilt, I feel like I should probably try to do something good.
I'll take it.
Yeah, I mean, to me, I tend to like use Occam's razor with that kind of thing, where it's like, what's more likely, like somebody's having a vast conspiracy and like every single government in the world is all collaborating, and somehow no one's leaked the fact that it's a conspiracy, and it requires like every major government in the world to collaborate, also along with the entire scientific community, like
and then entire companies, corporations, anybody that worked higher up would have to know about it too,
or maybe Bill Gates likes to do charity work for like reasons of like past guilt, or even more likely, like maybe he likes tax write-offs. I'm like speculating
just
here.
Gonna say that like it's really good PR to say that like I'm trying to do this stuff for the world, which is good PR and it's decent.
I agree with Josh, but I agree with Josh, but I have to correct him. It's actually Munchausen's razor.
I love it.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah, but I keep on mentioning, like, if it were microchips, we already have microchips in our pockets, and they're right here. They have GPS. They know more about my data than ever. And if you have like,
they don't need to inject anything into our blood, because we're actively wearing.
They know everything about you. Yeah, they know where you've been. I mean,
And what's weird is when they do those those giant oversteps, they don't sneak it. They literally tell you. They'll give you a contract that says like, hey, like when I got vaccinated, I didn't have to sign any NDA. Like when you want to worry is actually when they sign, like if they're going to vaccinate you and then they hand you like a 10-page contract that like in it is like, and when you do this, you'll be monitored. We can sell your information. We can sell your data. That's all contracts you already signed for your phone, for Facebook, for Twitter, for like Google searches. Like
you scroll through just to hit okay, whatever.
Yeah.
Download my movie.
Yeah. I just want this thing to work. I want to be able to chat with my friends. I want video chat.
I think that's part of the conspiracy thing, though. It's fun for people to think that there's a monster that's hidden, instead of just face the monsters we're already facing, like right in front of us, like that aren't hidden, like and conspiracy theorists always say, like, where would they hide it? In plain sight. And they're actually kind of right about that, in the sense of like, it's just like way more obvious. And honestly, a lot of these, and it's a lot less more like.
I mean, I watched the first couple episodes of that QAnon documentary on HBO.
I don't know if I could.
I was halfway through the first one and turned to my girlfriend. I was like, "So these are LARPers, basically."
Yes.
I mean, that's what this is. Like
100%.
That I've been hearing about for a year. They're fucking LARPers. Like, I mean, like, why we're scared of these people? They're shading away from dressing, like, learning Orcish and dressing like Knights of the Park.
I think it's kind of insulting to LARPers, actually.
It is. I feel like at least they know where to draw the line.
I'm not a LARPer.
At least they're fun. At least they're not storming the Capitol or whatever.
Exactly.
Right. Yeah. A LARPer is like, I'm really into this stuff, so much so that I don't mind dressing up and doing this in the city park.
Yeah.
QAnon is like, I'm really into this stuff, so much that I'm going to try to overthrow the Capitol because I listen to a bunch of talk radio.
Corey, did you see the other day I got a QAnon onion ring?
Oh, yes, I did. I
saw that too.
Wait. Fine. Well, I don't know if I want to get demonetized if you're going to start talking Onion Gate here, Jim.
He knew it was QAnon because it had Hillary Clinton's emails inside of it.
All in the onion skins, right?
To be fair, I was dipping it into baby blood. So
Well, I mean, who among us hasn't really?
Yeah, I was gonna say it doesn't quite taste like the same onion ring without all that adrenochrome. Like you really need that extra punch.
Hey, anyhow. California people, are people still freaking out about chemtrails?
No,
it's weird.
That's an old one, isn't it?
It is. I'm just wondering if
bubble up
because everything kind of comes around.
They tie it. The weird thing about I know two people who are actually full-blown QAnon, not friends, but like people I see frequently.
Right.
And both of them have to, like, I think the appeal of the QAnon thing for a lot of people is it like ties in all the conspiracy theories. So they have a version of QAnon that ties in with the chemtrails. It's all part of the same thing. But the chemtrail thing, I actually heard where they actually believe it. And the weather controlling, that's a huge one still.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The weather controlling satellites. Yeah.
If you just watch,
where did the Jewish space laser thing come from? That one, like what?
Marjorie Taylor Greene thing.
Yeah, which is hilarious because it's from a party that literally had a guy who wanted to make space lasers. like I mean, Ronald Reagan was the closest you're gonna get to evil space lasers.
The fake Star Wars program, right?
He literally
we're gonna
wanted
shoot Russian ICBMs out of space with these non-existent lasers, but he wanted lasers in space. Yeah.
Anyhow.
When I heard that, I was angry because it's like, why has no one told me about the Jewish space lasers? That sounds amazing. I want to know all those stories about, that's a thing. That's a conspiracy theory I haven't heard about. I'm mad.
I miss back when conspiracy theories were kind of fun to hear about. You're like, it's harmless,
Right. Yeah.
And that it wasn't radicalizing people. It was just
right, exactly, because you knew that there was like a limit to like it's a fun story, and I don't know, because I enjoyed
ironically Marjorie Taylor Greene did not like that laser because it was Jewish, so that kind of fits along with it. Yeah, prejudice. So.
Yeah. I've heard there's a high correlation between people who are anti-Semitic and people suffering from Munchausen syndrome. I hear that.
It's a 1-to-1.
The Venn diagram overlaps pretty. It's almost a circle.
Yeah. So what's hilarious is like I don't know. I find it weird that we're in a world where like if I said like even from saying this like on social media, I feel like there's like this pressure to not be open about that because it's like, oh, you got to be like okay with all sides, and I'm like, I think it's okay to actually say like people who believe in a flat Earth are a little nuts. Like, I don't think that we should ever be in a scenario where like you can't say that openly.
Have you guys
and
seen
similarly, like, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Have you seen that flat Earth documentary on Netflix?
Oh yeah, I couldn't.
The In Search of the Flat Earth or Behind the Curve? I forget.
Something like that. Behind the Curve. Amazing.
Yeah.
But you know what was kind of heartbreaking about it? And I saw a hint of that in the QAnon thing too.
Mm-hmm.
There are these people who had my impression, and maybe this is judgy and snooty. I don't know. I apologize if it comes off the wrong way. But you feel like these are people who had nothing going on. And now they've got something. And they have all these friends. And they're like, they're doing their YouTube show. And they've got followers. And they're going to weird flat Earth conventions. And everybody knows their name. You can tell, like, this is the best part of their life.
No, I remember there was a tweet early on in the QAnon thing that kind of made the rounds from people making fun of it that aren't QAnon justifiably. But it was this woman who was saying, like, my whole life I've been called a gullible idiot. And I love QAnon because it's the first community that's told me I'm smart. And I can figure things out and do the research.
Like,
it's heartbreaking because it's like you are falling for something.
I don't want to make it sound like I'm snooty, but that there is something like literally, if you reach out empathetically, it's unfortunate. It's heartbreaking because people want to reach out. They want to feel a sense of community with people.
I agree.
It's weird, the same thing. Like comics. It's a weird thing. Not a lot of people like it, but you form a camaraderie by this weird thing.
Right.
And
but
it's
that's
like
also
this was
how,
their thing,
That's also how radicalization works with like white supremacist groups and stuff like that. It's like, a lot of these people, like a lot of people who become neo-Nazis become that because they've got a cool community and a club. Like it's like there is something to be sympathetic for and hopefully reach out to people for and try to like hopefully de-radicalize them. But it is sad like when it's hard to kind of treat it with kid gloves because I do think that's part of the problem too, is like these people aren't having people close to them in their lives, like reaching out to them and being, they aren't having enough people just be honest with them and be like, this is a little nuts,
Right.
I will say also, I get personally extra worked up about the anti-vax stuff because my kid is autistic and I literally have a family member who I'm not going to mention, but I will just say it's an actual family member who's very close to my family who constantly sends me vaccines cause autism emails. And this is a person who's read about autism on their right-wing websites that have weird vaccine conspiracies, and has no investment in it and obviously no real consideration as to like what that sounds like to a parent who, you know, is sacrificing time and making sure they're providing the right resources for their kid who is autistic, and like is researching the science on it, like literally reading the science on it and going through ABA therapy and stuff like that. And you're pretty much sending me emails saying we intentionally gave our kid autism. And whether or not you want it read that way, like that's how a parent's going to read that shit. So it's like, to me, my tolerance level is pretty thin with it, because it's like you're literally harming people with autism by spreading that bullshit, and you're harming those kids because now you're potentially harming future kids by spreading misinformation and allowing them to be susceptible. You're harming the kids who go to the school with the kids who don't get those vaccinations. You're literally causing harm. And you're causing it because it makes you feel good to think that you're in on some secret and you know more about autism than parents who have to deal with it and like research it and actually go through the therapy and the pain of like special ed systems and IEPs and all of that. Like that's the part that bugs me about conspiratorial thinking. It's kind of like it's more fun to be a scientist than to actually have to be a scientist. Like it's fun to pretend
you're do the work.
Yeah, but it requires like years of knowledge to become a scientist. So it's like, but you know, if you're like, I'm sure it's a lot more fun to just be like, oh, I can see the earth is flat. Like, I mean, you know, if I drop this, why does it just drop down? Like if we're on a ball, like, shouldn't it roll? Like, I mean, if
you don't understand how it works, you know?
Exactly. So anyhow, I was only mentioning that rant because like, that's one of the reasons, like for me, my patience, especially with the anti-vax stuff, is just like super thin, because like pre-COVID, this has been an irritation for me, because it's just like, it's really irritating, I think, for especially for people who deal with autism. Like it's like, come on. Anyhow, so
no, I'm totally with you. I think pretty open-minded about people's beliefs up until the point where it affects public policy or you know, just being or things like that. I want to believe. I don't know, and I maybe I should pick. I'm going to try and pick something that I have the least chance of offending someone.
You gotta go way out there, because there might.
I gotta go way out there. I was going to say something. I was like, I don't know, maybe that's not far enough out there. Go way out there. You want to believe the moon is made of green cheese, Jim? This is your chance to say, like, now wait a minute. Yeah, like okay, yeah, but
wait no. Wait. The belief in the moon made of cheese, that's the Munchausen belief, right?
That's Munchausen.
That was a good stretch.
It's not green cheese,
by the way. It was a stretch for sure, but I don't know if it's a good one. But so if you want to believe the moon's made of green cheese or something, I really, whatever, man. Like I think it's ridiculous, but fine. But yeah, if you're gonna say like, you know, vaccines are part of a government plot, or I think we need to start, you know, teaching abstinence in public schools, like things like this, where it's like, you know, there's going to be a very real consequence to this.
Yeah.
Like, I'm going to stop you right there. You know, I like, if you want to believe there's a giant living in a hill outside, you know, your backyard or something, fine. But like, if it's going to actually affect me, my family, the rest of us, like, no, I don't think so.
That's kind of where I draw the line too. And it's like, I don't mind. And I do feel sympathy for people who fall for it to an extent, you know, because it's like, I think any kind of cult where it's like, you have like community, you have like, you know, all of these nice things, but in a similar way, it's like, you got to use some reason. And also, like, once again, don't tell someone with autism or somebody who's dealing with a kid with autism some unsubstantiated thing about it. Like, I'm going to pull the whole conspiracy thing, but in a literal sense, like, do the research, like actually do the research. Right. Don't just Google
like
search.
Research.
Yeah,
you know, like
don't just Google your own suspicion, and when you get results, go, oh, there it is.
Because
I
I
was
think this
right.
stuff is like all the actual research is really boring, and it takes years of like going through textbooks just to know what you don't know. You know, and there's that word for, I don't know what it's called. It's not Munchausen's disease.
It is Munchausen. I think that is the
there's
word.
There's like a thing where you don't even know what you don't know. You know what I mean?
You're talking about Dunning-Kruger effect. Right?
Yeah.
There you go. That's it. Yeah. Right. Where you're so uninitiated with this whole subject that, you know, like you're not even aware of, like, you don't understand the basic terms of this. So what's told to you can totally be misconstrued or have its own severe bias, you know?
Yeah.
Whereas the actual research, like becoming a virologist, that takes years of dedication. It's not like it's like how we know Photoshop. Somebody's going to come to us and tell us, like, you know what you should do in Photoshop? You know how you should do this comic? You know what you should do? And then tell you without understanding the first thing about making this thing, you know?
Yeah, that's when you end up with people
they want
saying
the fun part.
Yeah.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Well, and they do know a lot about art. That's why they always say, make it pop. Like that's what you say when you know a lot about art.
Make it amazing.
That is, that's actual art vocabulary.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And actually, I was going to say, Jim, like I saw your animation and I just think it's great, but I would just like it if you could change it and make it pop. Like, I don't know if you were thinking about making it pop, but
just make it better.
Yeah. And Chris, could you make your poster pop? I
sure can. You know what? You got it. You got it. I was struggling with that secret. I just wasn't sure what that secret element was. And
just make it.
Pushing the pop button.
Yeah.
Is there a filter for that? You know, just like it's a layer effect.
Yeah. And Jim, could you make your video viral like on the next one? I just thought that would really help.
Dude, don't give away the secrets, Josh. The secret is make it viral.
How many of you have been hired to do a viral video or viral post? Like somebody approaches you and they're like, "Hey, I'd like to hire you to make a viral video."
I had when I was working at Village Voice, a couple times they would come to me and say, like, "We need an infographic that we want to go viral. Like, could you do some infographic on something that, you know, we really want to blow up? So can you do that?" It's like, oh yeah,
it sounds so simple. So, you know,
can
you do that? Can you do that?
Yeah, you know, as a matter of fact, I haven't been doing that because I'm pacing myself.
Yeah,
I don't want to.
I'm glad you asked because I wasn't going to until someone asked you.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna. Do you want?
I'm just gonna call up my friend. Yeah, I'm gonna just call up my friend the internet and just have him make that huge. Yeah, that's
Mm-hmm.
By Ronnie, it's awesome. Like one of my favorite things about the Night Gang is Ronnie is like a member of the Night Gang who cruises in like right before work.
I had no idea that
dedication,
was
man.
Yeah. He's a loyal, awesome dude. So very cool.
He's a good guy.
Also a really good artist. So
I'm looking forward to his comic.
I know. Me too. So, okay, did we get through what everybody's working on? I don't know if Jim kind of showed a picture.
Oh, I went, but Gary was going to go.
I was screwing around with Doodle a Day stuff, and then I realized I can't multitask. I can either talk and listen, or I can draw. So I got a pencil sketch going, and then I stopped. It's fine.
I love it.
I at least have my idea. That's all that matters.
Right?
I got to lay it out.
That's the hardest part. Yeah.
That is one of the hardest parts sometimes. And then Corey, what are you working on right now?
I am making more versions of this camera.
So I saw some of this on one stream, right, Corey?
This is the. Where's the thing? Anyway, this is the thing I'm working on probably for the next few days at least. I was trying to get it done. This week, but that didn't happen.
So these old cameras have like a million parts.
What was that? What is that camera model? Is that a Munchausen or is that a
Munchausen 5000?
It looks like Stockholm to me. I don't know.
But what I did was I made it way too complicated first.
Are you going from like, is this an authentic camera you're looking at, or are you just sort of inventing an old timey looking camera?
I looked at a lot of actual cameras to draw various pieces of them, and then I'm like Frankensteining them together to do whatever. So I went through and I like, you know, a lot of these are like based on actual cameras, but then I would go through and like stack them on top of each other and then animate them. And then now that everything's animated, I'm basically just like doing a paper doll situation where you just cobble different pieces of the outfit together and then make a new thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's cool.
Then I
yeah.
am trying to figure out how to transition from like a finished camera to the next finished camera without it being too hard.
Did you just say finish?
Yeah,
Yes. Yeah, it's they're slightly better than Swiss cameras, but they don't have as good of marketing. So everybody actually thinks that Swiss and German, but the Finnish they've got precision down.
Right.
You know, that even ties in with Python, because there is a song called Finland on one of their earliest albums, where Michael Palin sings a love song to Finland.
To the country.
Yes.
The whole.
Yeah. And they basically just talk about its proximity to bigger countries. But it's like the theme song of Finland. That's kind of the joke. Yeah. So. Oh yeah.
Was it there that like it turned out Conan O'Brien was huge because he looks like their prime minister?
Dude, oh my gosh.
Is that Finland?
I can't remember. But I know what you're talking
there?
about. Yeah, that travel series is one of the best.
Yeah.
Conan bits. His podcast isn't bad either.
Oh yeah, I've heard of
like
some random ones. The Conan O'Brien is a friend.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think he's pretty brilliant, dude.
Mm-hmm.
But then again, I also have fond feelings because like he was on at times where I was like up late working on art projects in college. You know, it was like like the perfect the perfect accompaniment.
Who's this guy on? He starts at 12:30 at night.
Yeah.
You know, and he's really weird, but he kind of grows on you after. Yeah, that was. I think I discovered him probably early college, late high school.
Just I have to back Corey up on something. I just heard today on one of your previous episodes, you guys were completely dismissing Big Bang Theory.
Okay.
And I too enjoy it, Corey.
Oh, good. I'm glad I'm not the only fan.
You're not the only one.
It's cool.
And please tell me why. Please tell me.
Yeah, I think it's super realistic. No, I'm kidding. You know what? It's the same. It's the same reason I enjoy Cheetos. Okay, there's no defense.
Right. You know it's not good for you. You know it's not
exactly.
Like you know.
They both leave you with stained orange fingers.
As long as you know you're poisoning yourself slowly.
Exactly.
You know, that's.
And I'll be honest. I think I've thought about it since that conversation. I think I enjoy it because of confirmation bias. I think it's like. It's a thing that mentions things that I like. And so I'm just like, I like those things. And so I like this other thing. But, you know, there's some funny bits.
I like it because it takes place in Pasadena.
Yeah, I like the Long Beach references and the Pasadena references. You know, there's some of that.
I mean, I went to Cal State Long Beach. I think I would enjoy those references too, but I can't get beyond the caricatures of nerdy.
Oh no, they're not even caricatures. It's like you took a caricature of a character. You know, you make a copy of a copy of a copy. Just continually gets worse. That's like they have this inception of caricature that has turned into like the uber nerd. It's like the nerd of all nerds.
Yeah. I saw Chris. What's the guy's name? Chris, the guy that lisps that character.
Oh yeah, I know who you're talking about.
I saw that guy at the Shake Shack in Pasadena eating. We sat there right there, and I'm like, I'm in Pasadena, and there's that guy from The Big Bang Theory, which is in Pasadena. So I murdered him.
That makes sense. Yeah.
What are you gonna do?
Forget you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we had a murder confession on this. And, so if you have been looking for the
drinking game,
you don't like broadcast this or anything, right?
Of course not. No,
this is just a private conversation. Yeah.
Where do you all fall on
real quick, sorry, 3-hour mark. So I am going to take my my quick 20-second break, and you guys continue. So
Okay.
Where do you all fall on the Scott Pilgrim movie? Because I think about that when I think about Big Bang Theory. I love the Scott
I love it.
Pilgrim
I love
movie.
it.
Mhm.
I loved it too, but I have a friend who I thought like, oh, for sure he would love too. He's like, no, it's pandering. It was all like,
wow.
you know, it was trying too hard, and I didn't see that at all. Like he was saying the things that I say about Big Bang Theory.
So Gary,
Oh,
when I
are you
saw
talking about the movie or the
movie,
comic?
The movie. Yeah.
Yeah.
when
I like
I
the
saw the
movie.
movie in the
Comics
theater,
Right,
I
yeah,
remember I sat down and watched the movie in the theater,
Mhm.
and I was sitting there and watching it. And about the first, I'm not even kidding, the first 10 minutes, I'm sitting there watching it, and I said, I'm gonna walk out of this movie. Like this is if the whole movie's like this, and you know what? The whole movie was like that, and by
Right.
the end of it, I was like, this is what my best movie of the year. Like this
It
is so
converted
good.
it.
It won you over.
I think
right?
he
Yes,
stayed at that
completely.
first 10-minute stage you were at. He was like, I can't do this.
Wow.
Yeah.
Where like meanwhile, I teared up at parts of that fucking movie.
By the middle of the movie, I was thinking, how did that happen? Like this movie, I'm like totally invested in this movie now, and I hated it at the first. And then even now, watching the beginning, I like the beginning now. I was like, what did I ever not like? Because I know the characters and stuff now.
Yeah.
You know, I didn't read the comic, so I wasn't ever comparing.
I'll tell you how much I enjoy that game. I play the Scott Pilgrim 8-bit video game with my 2-year-old.
I remember they made that.
Oh,
yeah.
that beat 'em up, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a
really,
good,
really great pixel art too. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I liked that a lot. I really enjoy movies that utilize typography in an interesting way. Like
Right.
Scott Pilgrim was cool. Stranger Than Fiction. Walter Mitty, you know, like stuff like that I find very entertaining.
I'm trying to think of Stranger Than Fiction using typography right now.
So Stranger Than Fiction, like he's going around and you see his OCD. So like you see him, he's brushing his teeth, and it has
that's right. There's like
a little gooey that comes off, like counting each brushstroke for you.
Right.
And like as he's walking by things, you see it like you see the gooey like pop out of the street and like count all the stripes on the crosswalk and all the you know, it's like it was such a subtle way to say like this guy is being tortured by his ability to like count things.
Right. Yeah.
I loved it. It was great.
Yeah,
And I mean,
I
Walter
love
Mitty was like really in your face and almost a little too much, but still kind of good, you know?
Yeah. I still like both of those movies. But yeah, for Scott Pilgrim, I think like when you mentioned like wanting to walk out of the movie, it made me think of
who wanted to walk out of Scott Pilgrim?
Jim.
So but don't worry, it has a happy ending. I said
Josh,
when I was watching
leave and then have us repeat.
I know.
Yeah. First
I know,
5
it's
minutes,
very entertaining.
I thought I was going to walk out, and I ended up loving the movie by the end of the movie, and it was one of my favorites.
Right. So there was that moment with the first Evil X where he starts singing, and it pans to his sister, and she goes, "What?" You know, like that felt like an audience moment where they're like, she's just as baffled as like, "What the hell's going on?" And then you as an audience are like, "No, just sit back. This is happening. Just enjoy this battle that's going to happen. They're going to start fighting. He's going to turn into coins, and it's a video game. You know, it's
points will come up. Like,
I think I'm strange in the comic world for the fact that, well, maybe not, but I feel like the movie was actually better than the books. Like, especially with the ending. Like, I felt like it was just so much more worked out than the actual graphic novels. I enjoyed it more, and it's weird because I really like that Brian Lee O'Malley and
pretty rare, but I thought it was pretty fitting because I heard that the original was he's supposed to end up with, or go with what's her name, Knives.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
What happened?
Oh, does he end up?
It's totally different. You know, it's like wow, that's
he ends
very
up with Knives Chow, not Ramona Flowers or whatever her name is.
Yeah. And that's that's a pretty major change. It's not just a little.
It is a major change.
Yeah.
I feel like I liked them both about the same. I liked the weird little playful things he would do in the comics. Like I remember he illustrated recipes at one point. Where he would, like walking, like just fun, weird, random things. Where it's like, oh, that's fun.
And I really liked his work like before that. Like he did a comic at some point in the review show. We'll have to do it. But he did this short comic called Lost at Sea that actually my wife introduced me to because it's about sisters. And she was like, it kind of reminds me of me and my sister, you know? So
that's cute.
But it's really,
I've never read it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's really pretty good. And he's got like a really interesting tone, you know, to like his work. Very unique. The movie, I felt it captured it, you know, but I felt like the writing was tighter. I don't know.
Yeah,
I hear those indie review show guys have a really boring show, but the after party is well attended.
Yeah,
Really good.
is that
we've
right?
noticed that. Yeah, we've been getting less
Refill.
views on it and more views on the streams. Although I do kind of think that might just be that like streams are fun and you can participate with streams, you know.
Yeah,
Right,
That's
the
why.
audience participation factor.
Yeah.
That's so funny that somebody would think that Sculpin was pandering.
I know, right? I was
I didn't-
heartbroken.
Yeah,
'Cause
I didn't feel
felt
that
like
at all.
it was the guy that I thought I'll really be able to talk about this movie. We'll be able to
Yeah.
have this love fest about this movie. And
Well, how close? What was he? Very much the type of guy that was he in a band? Did he, you know what I mean? Like,
he's in a band.
oh,
and, he's way into it. Like he was when I was at Village Voice, he was the other video game reviewer. So like we're about the same age, so we understood all the references. So I thought like I said, I'll see we're gonna be able to Pilgrim. And I was shocked when he was like, "Oh, that was trash." Like, no, absolutely.
wow, yeah. Well, I think that's unique though, because I'm not. I mean, but Josh has been in bands. So I don't know.
Yeah.
So it's like, I wonder. You know, like I can see how big band feels like it's pandering, but for me, I can only speak personally. I wonder. I feel offended because it feels like part of it is its popularity, because it presents nerd culture people to such a broad audience, and that's like their first experience with like, oh, this is somebody who wears a Flash shirt, you know. And people that I know, they're so diverse and so different, and then like, I'm not a, you know, like a science nerd. I'm like a comic book guy, you know. And
yeah, it misses
it doesn't-
the geek nerd divide, you know, which is
Right.
like
it's
always
like
been a-
it's not necessary, but it feels like it doesn't feel sincere, you know. I feel like they're laughing at the characters rather than with them.
Yes.
Oh, sure.
Whereas,
Yeah.
whereas
That's my
characters
number
like
one
in,
complaint.
like in Community, Abed is totally weird and he's quirky, but you're laughing with him, not at him, you know, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. And I think the other thing is like, you know, like kind of missing the fact that like a lot of geeks and nerds are not pining over the cheerleader. In fact, they don't want the cheerleader. Like they hate the cheerleader. Like, and that's the part that kind of bummed me out.
Considering it, you know, like
Yeah.
So let me ask you guys: do you guys not like it because you're trying to identify with the characters and then you feel insulted at the way that the characters are treated? Because I've never identified with any of those characters. Like they like some of the things that I like,
Right.
but I
Yeah.
don't feel like they're even attempting to represent me.
think-
And I even teach at a university.
Yeah.
right.
You know, I'm
Exactly. Yeah.
like I'm pretty, you know.
Yeah.
But I don't look at any of those and go, I'm not like that. Now I'm offended.
No, right. Because I don't identify with every character that I like on TV either.
Yeah,
you know, but
neither
it's
do
like,
I.
Sure.
I think like
I think when it's trying to depict your culture,
Yeah, maybe that's it.
it's. I think that's what it comes down to is like it. And I think Chris's example of like I don't relate to Abed, like, but but Abed's like kind of my people, and I feel like it's a good accurate representation of my people. Whereas I feel like, you know, the other was like it's trying to do my people and it doesn't understand the people that I like. I guess that I don't know if that makes sense.
No,
It does.
like,
It's the first time that I've thought that somebody might seriously think that they were actually attempting to represent real people. Because to me, it's like watching a live action cartoon.
I've had experiences where like people have interpreted that as something real.
Yeah.
Like for example, I had a friend that was wearing a Flash shirt, and the first thing wasn't saying, "Oh, you like the Flash." It was, "Oh, you like Sheldon," and it was like, "Oh man, this thing is not a reference to this thing. It has an originality." And but the majority of the people watching it are making assumptions about this thing based on little they know. And it's like I just think it's a bad introduction to nerd culture.
It's also just like I also have to say it's really crappy writing. Like it's really like the writing is bad. The jokes are really formulaic. Like, and I don't mind like the sitcom thing, but it's like if you compare like a formulaic sitcom like Frasier, right, which equally is depicting some fairly geeky characters, right? But it's like I think Chris pinned it in the sense of like you watch Frasier, and you don't get the fact that like they have love for like Niles as a character. Like
right.
It's not treating it in that. I don't know if that makes sense.
But
it's like
a
lack of care for the characters.
Having watched most of it, I think I've seen almost all of the seasons except like the last couple.
Oh, dude, it is officially hardcore night, gang, because Jake Pfister has joined us.
Oh, no.
Yeah, how's it going?
But I care about the characters, but I don't care about the characters because they're relatable. I care about the characters for the same way that I care about the people in the office. Like if there was actually an office full of people that were like Michael Scott and Pam and Jim, and like that place would go out of business in like 2 weeks.
Right.
They didn't do any work ever.
Yeah.
And I know some of those, but I know them as exaggerated caricatures and archetypes of like people. And so that's kind of like, I don't look at that and go, well, Dwight Schrute, he would never be real, because like I worked with a drummer salesman who made his own leather pants out of cow that he bought from the butcher.
But do you really just tacking onto that, like, do you really see it as like equivalent to The Office in its depiction of characters? Because I feel like the Office is more authentic with the types of characters there.
Like I've met many Dwights.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
stay strong, Corey. Don't let him change you, man.
No, I don't think I have met quirky and weird people that remind me of Dwight Schrute, but no one has actually met Dwight Schrute because he believes everything. Like, I mean, he's getting fax messages from himself in the future.
That's right. That was a great one.
Like, it's such an exaggerated caricature of an archetype. Like, I believe that we've met people that remind us of Dwight Schrute, but like,
that's true.
There's no one like that could actually function in an office, because he's clinically insane beyond like being able to function in normal society if you were actually to, but he's endearing and he's funny and right. So I don't know, because I've never like, it always, like as a kid, it always bugged me because I played sports and I listened to metal and punk and rap, and I was semi-popular and semi-not. And I read comic books, and I kind of floated in all these different crowds. Mm-hmm. So I never really self-identified with any of those crowds. And so I'm wondering if that's why I can enjoy it, is because I don't feel like personally maligned.
Right.
Man, yeah, it's so weird.
It might have been too cool, Corey. It might have been too cool.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
I wasn't cool, but I wasn't uncool.
But I mean, I was definitely uncool. I was like, I know for a fact how awkward I was. And maybe that's where I feel offended, because they're depicting people who are socially odd. And I was.
Speaking for all the cool folks, all you nerds can sit on it. Hey.
And ladies and gentlemen, we had George Lucas, and now we have the Fonz.
We have the Fonz.
Did you guys know, little known fact, that the Fonz is actually based on Jim Lujan?
Yes.
Wow. Yeah, the Fonz was the inspiration for that.
I will say, if you see pictures of, like, Jim's posted pictures of his dad, and that dude looked like the Fonz, like the coolest, like just hippest dude I've ever seen. It like, in all sincerity, like that he comes from a lineage of cool, I think. Because
my dad was a fireman for 30 years. My dad
looked like a badass.
He looked very authoritarian, but my dad was a very like a prankster. He would play, like, not jokes, but like he could pull it off really well. He had a really good sense of humor. Yeah, my dad.
Awesome.
That's
But,
cool.
we won't go into the beatings, but thanks for bringing it up, Josh.
Yeah, sorry about that. Was that back at is that called Munchausen when they?
I want to start a fast food restaurant, and I want to call it the Munchausen.
The Munchausen.
It's like a Bavarian kind of
Munchausen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, this is kind of
Like
totally.
you go to eat at Munchausen, and then you pretend that you got food poisoning.
So good.
So for just 1 second, I want and Gary, you're invested in this with me. I want to pretend Corey is our Michael. What's the Disney guy? Eisner.
Yeah.
Or Eigner, whatever. I want you to give us the final.
The guy that inappropriately touches people all the time.
Yes. If you can just get into character.
That's the Warner Brothers guy.
Okay, I don't know.
I want Corey. You're going to give us the thumbs up or thumb down on this great idea we had. We had a way to redeem Jar Jar Binks in the first movie, and that idea was you replace all his dialogue with Gungan, and you just have subtitles. What are your thoughts on that?
So like he would just be speaking gibberish.
Gungan, he's just speaking, and you have Ahmed Best do the voice still. You have him to, so he gets some credit.
But it's all subtitled like Jabba or like
like Chewie.
Okay, if it wasn't
have
subtitled, but if it was like Chewbacca, where just people responded to him, but you didn't have to read subtitles.
Okay, yeah, that's a good point. Very good
the
point.
Jedi still understand what he's saying, but out of context, you have to understand like he means come follow me, or like
Yeah.
I mean, literally, my only problem with that character is how annoying his dialogue was.
I have a little bit of a plot problem with him too, though, because it's like his whole arc is accidentally saving the world like every time.
Okay,
and it becomes a little like difficult to grasp that like to the scale that they push it at, I'm
super interested in Chris's thoughts on this, but
I agree. I thought
hold on, guys. I have a phone call. Hold on. I have an incoming phone call.
Gotta take it.
Whatever.
All right. Yeah. Float. Yeah. Workshop this idea, because I think
Josh,
say yes.
Hang up on us. I told you not to call me after dark, baby.
No kidding. It's kind of creepy.
Yeah. George is constantly calling you. Jim, I need George.
He doesn't realize it's over.
He actually doesn't call to talk about anything. He just calls and goes, just calling.
I just wanted to hear your voice.
But
he calls and he says, Jim, I am your father. Which is extra creepy.
Yeah.
He says daddy, actually.
That does make it extra creepy.
Yeah, it does. I don't like that. No.
I like how Chris said no. He's just like, no.
No.
Yeah.
Get it out of my ear.
No, not acceptable. All right.
No, thank you.
Yeah, you realize that like you have to come up with a Gungan language now, because they all spoke, even the like the people that the other Gungans that they met, they just spoke this weird English.
Well, that's the best part, because we can come up with a brand new, horribly racist language.
Yeah. That sounds
somehow offensive, even though it's not, right?
Yes.
Yeah. A real thing.
There's plenty of opportunities now.
Yeah.
It's true. It's just going to be the reboot issue that we were talking about before. Where
do it like the two characters in Airplane that were speaking jive. Remember that scene? You could do it like that.
Excuse me, stewardess, I speak jive.
Yeah,
Oh my God.
My mama didn't raise no dummy.
Was it Barbara Billingsley?
Yeah, she's great.
Yeah.
She's amazing.
Yeah.
I still think that movie can make me laugh more than almost any film.
Me too.
It's like non-stop too. When you're watching it, it's like it doesn't go 30 seconds without making some.
So how long do we have until that movie's called out?
I'm surprised it hasn't been.
I think it already doesn't hold muster in some circles.
They don't even make movies like that anymore. Like
it's
Naked Gun, Police Squad, Airplane. Like they don't do the slapstick.
I rewatched Blazing Saddles a couple weeks ago.
Oh, that's going to be a hard one to hold up. Yes,
it's hilarious.
It is.
Like, there's no way this would I I don't know how you could do it.
I think I'm one of the only people on the planet that is not a Blazing Saddles fan. And I love Mel Brooks. I love Mel Brooks.
I'm with Jim. I think it's okay.
It's okay.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's how I feel. I think it's okay.
And I like Young Frankenstein.
I'm much more of a high anxiety.
Frankenstein is great.
I like high anxiety and Young Frankenstein. Yeah.
I might actually put Young Frankenstein at the top of the Mel Brooks. I'm trying to think of all of them, but
the best,
pretty strong.
My favorite film in that genre of films is Top Secret. I love that movie
That's
so
great
much.
too.
I don't think it's Mel Brooks.
Yeah.
I know a little German.
He's sitting right there.
Yeah. You guys remember before Naked Gun movies, Police Squad was a 6-episode. It only had 6 episodes television series that was even better than the movie.
Yes.
Better than the movie.
That's like Get Smart era too.
No. It was way after that. It was.
Oh, was it?
If I had to guess, and I'm not Googling, if I had to guess, I'd say it was 1982.
Oh, the producers in the chat. Yeah. The producers. Yeah, producers would be ahead of Young Frankenstein. I'm building.
No, really?
I think so.
I disagree.
Yeah.
No,
I just love the concept of the producers.
It's great. The producers is great, but Young Frankenstein is so good.
I will give you that. Anytime that you say springtime in a crowded room, you'll find my people.
I think there's certain words where, like, my wife and I joke about, like it's like a call and response. If you say springtime, you can't just not respond with and there's totally inappropriate times. Like, you can't just say that, like, always in private, like you can't be sing something. But I mean, we also do the same thing for Simpsons references for, like, if we say dental plan, Lisa needs braces is always going to be the response. So it's like certain comedy tropes are embedded into our language.
I love it.
Okay, I want to do a callback because Josh never answered my question.
Oh, what is it?
I was actually worried that my mic wasn't working for a while. Okay, Darth Jar Jar. Have you heard the Darth Jar Jar theory?
Oh, yeah.
No. What is it?
What?
And I didn't hear that question.
It explains everything about Jar Jar so well.
It does.
The idea is that George originally wanted Jar Jar Binks to be the secret Sith that no one knew about that would be revealed in the second one.
Well, that would be amazing.
And so he is, he's from the same planet as Palpatine. Mm-hmm. He fights with a drunken master style. Like, they have footage of, like, Kung Fu Drunken Master and Jar Jar Binks, and they move exactly in the same way. He does incredible, like, force jumps. Like, when he jumps into the water, he, like, full on, like, jumps.
Yeah, he does like a triple flip.
Feet into the air.
Yeah, I could see
Cartoon
that.
Rabbit.
Yeah,
right.
There's he hand waves people, and then they start believing him,
Mm.
like, over and over and over again. And so, like, the whole idea of, like, how he just accidentally does stuff makes a lot more sense when you think that he was supposed to be the Sith that was orchestrating the beginning of the Clone Wars.
I love that idea. I also love Drunken Master movies, and I gotta say, also, The Legend of Drunken Master 2 is, like, one of the best kung fu flicks ever made. But just
wow. I'm gonna say that explanation of Jar Jar is absolutely Stockholm Syndrome. Actually,
we've
not even ironically saying that now.
Yeah, no, it's kind of true. Like, we've lived with the prequels so long that we've just started to, like,
they're actually
genius. It's like apologetics, right? Where you kind of, like, you know what? It actually fits because
when you really think about it.
Yeah, and it is.
If you watch 400 hours of the Clone Wars series, they're kind of good.
Yeah, and there's literally frame by frame things with what Corey was mentioning. Like the hand waving and, like, the different subtle things. Where, like, look, watch him do this flip, and it's like, that is pretty crazy, and he doesn't ever show that off. He always appears the fool, but who would you never suspect is the mastermind is the foolish character.
I like my Gilligan's Island theory about Gilligan being Satan and all the other people, castaways.
That's a good one.
That's new to me. I want to look into that. That's
That's superior.
They're like in purgatory or something.
That
Yeah,
almost-
they're purgatory.
Yeah,
Like,
that almost sounds like. I wonder if that speculation happened around the time Lost was airing.
I know.
it's pre-Lost. It's
It
pre-Lost.
is.
I think it might have even. I mean, maybe that's where maybe Lost cribbed the Gilligan's Island.
That's where
hell.
Lost got
There's a
moved.
lot of yeah.
Yeah, what a disappointing ending. I'm still to this day furious about the ending of that.
It's
You
still
just
a hard
really
one to
want to know
swallow,
about
but
the three toes, right?
the giant with the 3 toes.
Yeah, the statue. The statue that if you
Yeah.
extrapolated how tall it would be like Empire State Building height statue, but it cuts off at the ankle and has 3 toes.
Yeah,
And
and they never really
nothing.
addressed it, right? Yeah.
Yeah, they just. I'm rewatching Battlestar Galactica right now, and my wife
man.
is watching it for the first time.
Uh-huh.
And the whole time I'm just like, she's like, oh, that's interesting. And I keep thinking to myself, do I tell her that they don't tie that loose end up and that means nothing? Or do I just let her experience it?
No, you gotta let her enjoy
Yeah, so far-
the amazing attempt, because it still is really good TV. It just didn't stick the landing.
Oh, I love it. To this day,
Yeah, it's still
love
amazing.
it.
It's still
Yeah,
great.
it is bad.
Let's
The-
see.
and
Lots of
the-
the credit got one back in the prequels to the animated. Yeah, the Clone Wars and like
Yeah.
and
I
Rebels.
will say that I
Excellent
don't think is like a Stockholm thing. Like the Clone Wars cartoons are
Oh, they're
so good.
phenomenal.
I kind of missed a lot of them when they were airing, and it's so cool to be able to like watch them and realize like what a like Jake had a good point in the sense of like they're treating it in the way like you almost wish they had treated the prequels.
Mhm.
You know,
Like
It's
Anakin
because-
is much more likable, you know. Yeah.
It's because the same dude that did the Mandalorian and was like the Star Wars
Yep.
expert for the Mandalorian is the one who
Right.
basically
Dave
was the
Filoni.
showrunner for the
Dave
entire series.
Filoni, yeah.
yeah.
Perfect for. I think he was, because if you ever listen to him talk about the prequels, he just like had like a Stockholm syndrome, you know, like
Yeah,
he
did
loved
you
it
hear
so
that,
much.
that round table where he's
Yeah.
yeah.
And it's like, wow, the way you told it, like, oh my god, I think
I
you
had
won me
very-
over.
Yeah, I had very mixed feelings about that because I
I
was
actually enjoy Dave Filoni talking more than watching the prequels.
exactly.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah, like he's-
that's the problem.
Right.
Like he's.
Yeah.
I camped out for all those prequels. I was in
Yeah.
line, man. I was in the
Yeah,
trenches, man.
Okay,
Me
I
too.
was,
I was
I
there.
was in line wearing a Jedi robe that my grandma made me.
Oh my
See,
god.
and I've had conversations with these people saying like, "No, you don't understand.
Dude's
The
face.
prequels are brilliant."
Mhm.
And like that's why when I heard Filoni talking about the genius of the prequels, I was
See, Corey, I would relate to you.
yeah.
I would relate to what you're saying, Corey, except that you're so much older than me, and I'm just not that old yet. Like it's got to be
Someday,
hard to be an old man just telling those stories, you know. But like
Yeah.
with our age gap, it's just, you know, maybe when I get to that age.
One day.
Yeah, well, you know, give it time. You'll get there eventually, and
Yeah.
and when you can see things from the vantage point of age, when you have
What
the
is the-
wisdom of the years.
What is
What do
the
you have, like a
actual
couple
gap here? What is
I,
it?
like-
I was born in the beginning of April, and I can't remember what your birthday is.
May.
Yeah.
We have like a
okay.
month.
Yeah.
That's our
So
bit.
I think
we're
I've
gonna
still
pull.
got you for. I don't even know what day it is today.
I agree with you, Jake. The 2D cartoon is amazing.
Oh,
That
it's
is
stunning.
so good. I love
Oh
it.
yeah.
Yeah.
That is. I mean, that's some of my favorite. I'm doing that on the Indie Review Show. That is some of my favorite animation ever.
Yeah.
I mean, like you look at Mace Windu in the movies, and you're kind of like, that's kind of a wasted character.
Right.
You look at him in those 2D cartoons, he is
Just
the biggest
the way
bad A that is.
he beats up the droids into pieces.
Yeah,
with
it's like he loses his lightsaber, and he's like, "That's fine. I'll just force punch everybody." And
Force
the best
punch.
shot, because I just watched this yesterday with my kids.
Yeah.
The best shot is like he's like tired of punching people, so he's like he just starts doing interesting things. So he reaches out and he just unscrews all of the bolts and screws of one of the B2 battle droids, and then throws that at 6 more of them. Like he's just
So
like,
much fun.
and it just like it's like an exploded engineering view. It's like
Yeah.
and then he just throws all of that shrapnel, and then they're just like slowly being peeled apart. The animation is so good.
Well,
I totally agree. The 2D like droids and Ewoks is just, I mean, like that is probably the best Star Wars. We're all talking about the same thing, right?
Wow.
Is your favorite
Adventure,
Star Wars
right?
movie the androgynous blonde kid on the Ewoks? I bet it is, isn't it?
Totally.
Escape from Endor, or what is that called?
Kemble was the name of the kid. I remember.
Well, in general, it's still my favorite depiction of General Grievous. Like General Grievous,
he was really menacing.
I wanted
cool.
that in the movies. Like I wanted something kind of scary and alien and weird like that, and not kind of like a weird coughing Count Chocula. I don't know what.
And we saw when he started getting his cough was when
Mace Windu
Which is like or something, right?
the first example of the series somehow trying to salvage the movies. You know,
Right.
I love it. All right, you guys. Well, we're at 3 hours and 30 minutes. I'm down to hang longer if you guys are. I want to do a like go around and see how everybody's feeling because it is getting into the wee hours of the morning.
I can go a little bit.
I also will go a little bit. I'm
going to set a timer for myself, maybe 10, 15 more minutes for me because I
think that actually sounds about right. Everybody cool with like 10 or 15 more minutes?
Sounds good.
I mean, I started my studio session today at 1 a.m., so it's not like
my gosh.
I love it. I'm getting work done, so I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, me too.
But
Yeah, me too.
Good.
Yeah. That's cool. I'm glad to have like this night gang business going on. It's funny that these streams always kind of seem to pick up around like 1 a.m.
It's when everybody else is asleep, though. You know, you kind of need a
Josh. Are we considered night gangsters then?
I think you guys are definitely part of the night gang. I mean, Chris was inducted early. Corey's been a member for a long time. I think Jim's been there before. Gary's like, we're all members.
Where's the logo?
We need
the night gang logo. I need one, and I am too lazy to make it. So who wants to make a night gang logo?
If Josh made a night gang logo, it would take up 80% of the screen.
That's right. It would be a giant guy. It'd look amazing. It just
Hold on a
look
second.
incredible, but to see it,
I have no idea why there's an issue with
the night gang logo. And then we have little thumbnails of us on the sides.
Yeah.
Sorry, Corey, I can't see or hear you. You're blocked by a giant logo.
The logo
This is
so
starting
big.
to look like it's starting to look like Windows packaging.
I do actually really encourage anyone watching this. Jake, dude, Jake said I'm working on it. I was gonna actually jokingly ask him to work on it, but if you want to make a Night Gang logo, Jake, we would be happy.
Josh, is Night Gang 1 or 2 words? That's the important thing we need to know.
It's sort of meant to be said as one word, but I think it's 2 words.
Okay.
So, but when you say it, you got to say Night Gang.
Night Gang.
So, yes.
Technically, we're the morning gang, by the way.
Right. Yeah.
That is true, but Night Gang still. So how in the heck are you guys doing on your own personal projects? I want to go around on that. Like, what is your current most ambitious project that's haunting you, and how are you doing on it?
I'm halfway as of tonight on Pleasure Beast.
I love it, and I love the name. And Chris was totally right. You do come up with like the best names.
Was that Pleasure
I loved
Beast? Is that what that was?
Freak Daddy was great.
I love it. All right, Chris, what about you? Personal projects, how are they coming? Where do you feel like you're at? All that stuff.
Your phrase, the most ambitious one, I think is it made me think of like, well, they're expecting a baby. That's a big project.
That's a big project.
I'm the most trepidatious about, but yeah, that one I'm not putting that much of my own personal sweat into currently. So.
You already did the work.
Right.
You can name the baby. Should be named Sheldon, Leonard, or if it's a girl, Penny.
Penny. Okay. I'll
What about Munchausen?
think about it.
Munchausen. Penny Munchausen.
Yeah.
Munchie.
Yeah, Munchie.
Penny Munchausen Binks.
name.
Wait,
Well,
how far
spell
away are
it the
you
first day of class, every grade, it'll be great.
Yeah.
I love it. That's a huge project. I feel like you have a similar project to Corey right now. Like it's very interesting.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, aren't you guys both, I think, are sort of around the same time frame?
Yeah. When's what are your?
I've got about 3 to 5 weeks, depending on.
Oh wow, that's really close.
Yeah.
Wow, that's great.
Well, race you, Corey. Race you.
Okay, don't win. That's not one you want to win.
Don't win. I know, right? I think,
it's a really expensive.
It's like a target. It's like a target window, right? It's you know.
The real goal. My wife's goal is she wants the kid to be born on May 4th. Like that.
So May the 4th.
Yeah.
They're like, yeah, it's a May 8th due date. And she's like, but it could be May 4th, right? Yeah. Oh, now we're going to say it's April 28th. Okay, but it could be late and be May 4th, right?
Could be late.
Yes, all of that is possible. Okay, good.
Just somehow, control those autonomic things and internally just will into existence. Yeah. No, I think you're earlier. I think ours is in June, early June, probably late May. So yeah.
Still pretty amazing. Pretty amazing.
Yeah, so trying to squeeze in these. Honestly, I think I joined in because I know I won't be able to join a lot of these for a little while. So.
Yeah, understandably, man. Yeah, it's
squeezing some of the socializing early.
Yeah, it's
interesting. Is this your first, Chris? I can't remember.
Yeah. It's all new to me. Yeah,
it's fun. Here's my biggest pet peeve. Every time you talk to anybody for the next 5 years, they're gonna try to make you really sad by saying
treasure the moment.
Like, hey, this is going pretty well. And they say, oh, just you wait. Just like everyone that you talk to is going to just become the worst wet blanket ever.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
It's like, why do you want me to wait? Why do you want me to be unhappy? Like I'm enjoying myself.
No, I totally agree. Yeah. I remember hearing the same thing about being married and stuff too. And I'm like, just you wait. And like, why are you don't know that, like it's like, I'm enjoying this. And I know it's going to be hard, but I realize I don't know. This is like, I always compare it to like something like, I know I'm not going to know what I'm getting into till I'm there,
Right.
So I don't expect like, and the experience is different for everybody, so it's like,
yeah.
Well, it's also,
what I don't get is why isn't it normal for people to be like, man, just you wait until they turn 5. It's incredible.
Yeah, it's
so much fun. Everybody's always like, just you wait until this happens. It sucks. My life is awful, and I want yours to be awful too.
Yeah. Like I know. It's like it's not like I don't know parents already. They seem pretty good,
Yeah.
Like, great. Of course, it's a challenge, but I'm already there's plenty of content out there trying to prepare me for the crazy amounts of difficulty. So like I've already got that.
Well, it's also like it's not. It's definitely one of those things where people don't really talk about the value of it. When they do, they're kind of like self-sacrificial about it. Where it's like it's hard, but it's like no, it's like it's the coolest thing you can do. So there's that. That's pretty much
it. There's tons of difficult things about it, but like kids are just so weird.
Yeah,
I just love watching them fascinating and do stuff because I'm like, that is such a bizarre way to do that.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it looks. I think something you mentioned about your daughter being able to recognize a cat, even though it didn't look like a cat. Like I kept on thinking how profound that was, and how like a machine can't do that thing that this human brain is doing at a very young age. And I think there's something amazing to watch that process because we don't appreciate those things because we're so far removed from forming those synaptic connections.
Dude, plus like today, like I watched X-Men with my son, and then afterwards we ran around and he pretended to be a sentinel and I was being Wolverine attacking him. Like that's badass. Like you can't have that experience except with like people pretending to be where they were. But it's like I'm authentically getting to play with a 7-year-old. It's fun.
Because I used to do that in college with you, Josh. You'd be like, "I'm a sentinel, you be Wolverine," and you're like, "What are you doing?"
Like I'm tired of being this.
It's like we're in college. What are you doing? We're trying
to. My 2-year-old runs around.
We're debating like, no, it's your turn to be the sentinel. I want to be
Weapon
Weapon
comes
X.
in and she's like, "What are you guys doing? What are you guys doing?" It's 3 a.m.
hilariously, like Mai would just come in and be like, "All right, well, I'm rogue, so let's
right.
like,
She'll join in. Yeah. Well, I can fly, so
I'm like, between the two of us, I think my wife is actually more prone to like grab the fake lightsabers and get into battle than I am.
Nice. Yeah.
Sorry, where were you going, Corey?
I was saying that Maddox is running around now, and he doesn't have like a lot of words yet, so he's he's able to communicate. But when you're singing a song and you don't know the lyrics, and so you kind of just he does that. Like he knows how long sentences should be, but he doesn't know all the words, and so he you just pick out like words and then time what he's. But he runs around now and he talks and he's like Buzz Lightyear to Space Command. And then he just points his wrist at you, and you have to like fall down as if he shot you. It's great.
It's like learning a new language, right? Like you're judging by like how many syllables there are in the word or something. And like parents, I've heard parents like like just complete gibberish, blah, 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 and the parents like, It's like listening to Han Solo talk to Chewbacca. Like, you understand that?
It's weird because you develop with them. Like you watch them start forming stuff, and then they go like, yeah, and you learn after a while, like, oh, when they do, they just mean they want their milk or whatever. And then it's like, as you grow with them, like you start picking up this decoded language. But what's weird is, if I watch videos of Ben now. From when he was like 2, I'm responding to him like, yeah, that's totally what Thomas did on his train. And I'm like, what the hell? I can't understand what he's saying now. But at the time I did, it's weird, but I'll rewatch the videos and be like, I have no idea what he was saying there. Like, I can't, it's weird, but you just kind of evolve with them. It's very strange.
Scarlett at Maddox's age, and this is where I worry a little bit. She put him to shame. She was like, I know everybody says this, but like Scarlett's like an unusually exceptionally intelligent kid. And like I remember she memorized word for word the If You Give a Mouse a Cookie Valentine's book. And she read it before she could read, right? She was just, we had read it to her and she just memorized it. But she was like 2.5.
Yeah. Ben was like that too. He would memorize books. Because he memorized every book we read to him, like when he actually started reading, my wife and I just thought he was memorizing it, like he'd literally be able to say a page when he saw it, but he wouldn't be reading. And the first time we realized he was reading pretty, like really young, but it was because he mispronounced the word, like phonetically it was right, but it was wrong for the word.
Yeah.
And we were like, oh crap, he's actually reading.
Wow.
But that is a trip when that's a weird thing, man, when they memorize. It's crazy. It's fun, man, and they're all different.
That's
and there's stuff that'll remind you of like each other, and then there's stuff where you'll just be like, I have no idea where that came from. Like,
I think there's like a Reddit like a thread talking about like weird stuff my kid says to me, or
There's a guy who drew comic strips based on the things that he had said as a dad. And it's like it was like he was like, hey, get off the purple dolphin. And then he would like draw like a panel of like what that was probably about.
Right. Yeah.
I thought that was such a great idea.
That is really good.
Yeah.
I still think at some point we all need to revisit comics we made as children and not edit
those. Yeah.
Don't edit the text. Just revisit it, make it literal text you wrote.
Yeah.
But just do it as if like you're a badass. Well, like with your badass skills now, but you're being hired by like
potential ability.
Not gay. I made a logo. Wow.
Love it.
Dude, I like it. It's very modern.
It's very clean.
Yeah. I actually dig that. I feel like that should be next to like a picture of like,
I Heart New York.
A Macintosh.
Guys, I just made an NFT out of this and just sold this for $60,000.
I love it. You gotta get on those NFTs.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. That whole thing. Oh my gosh.
Josh, I would, if we could get enough people to do it, or even a few people to do it, I would almost prefer that to a doodle a day kind of thing. If we took a month to redraw one of our old comics, like our childhood comics, not change the dialogue at all, not change the script at all, just draw it to modern standards.
Mm-hmm.
I would be down.
That'd be pretty. Yeah, those are. I always love seeing like the early stuff that my heroes do. Like that's. You see where all like the kernels of creativity came from. But they're so raw. They're so on the page. It's always fun to see.
But wouldn't it be awesome if you literally took what you wrote and then just did it like as if the fifth grade you could like hire you to draw it? I just think
funny. I mean, you actually did that in 2 stories, right? Where you talked
a little bit,
the stuff that you do on the playground, and those were so endearing because like you felt really relatable. Like, you know what? I did do something similar with kids, and just the sheer like, you don't second doubt yourself. You're like, is this cool or not? You just the sheer love of it propels it forward.
Yeah,
it's something we don't. It's hard to recapture as an adult because you're always wondering like, well, what's the audience, and will there be a publisher? Like it's when you're a kid, like, well, we're just gonna make this thing with what we have, and here it is.
Yeah, and like the challenge is more like making the thing and just kind of that's the reason to make it. It is interesting, the juxtaposition there.
So I didn't make comics as a kid, but I watched Top Secret, and then I went out and shot my own like spy movie that was really like campy and spoofy. Cool. And I remember specifically climbing a chain link fence like way too much. You know how they did that where it's like they just repeated the same shot. They do it in Python too. And like I did several of those, or like you pan over to like boots and then you pan up.
You pan up and it's just boots. That still cracks me up. Just
what was the other?
The look of horror on his face.
There's so many good bits in that. They're making out next to the fireplace and they roll over and there's a second fireplace.
That's so cool though. I mean, like movies, like anything creative when you're a kid. I always loved it. I wonder if
just the concept of it alone, a surf World War II surf beach blanket bingo spy movie.
Right.
Yeah. Just imagine the pitch meeting for that, just
oh my gosh. Before they shot through windows too, that's one of my favorite bits too, where they'll break the glass to shoot through the window.
Do you remember when out of nowhere when Chocolate Mousse?
Yes.
He mows down everybody, and out of nowhere a guy walks up and goes like slaps his hand. Out of nowhere. There's so many. I'm telling you, cancel time.
Oh my goodness. All right. Well,
By the way, Night Gang is going to be canceled pretty soon because of the word gang.
That's
it
true.
is a gang, and that's
is that a little weird? It's a little edgy.
Yeah. So I'm actually making the calls right now.
You guys,
you're doing it preemptively. Just
I'm really offended because I have heard of gangs, and you are calling yourself a gang, and this is just super offensive.
First of all, there's a lot of people that work in the day, that would like to be included in a night gang but can't.
It's not a very inclusive gang you have there.
It's not. It's true.
And I also just don't like that it doesn't mention America, and I think it needs more of that too.
Yeah.
In the title.
Yeah, we didn't do a pledge or the Lord's Prayer or anything.
Yeah, that's true.
There are such as a lot of U.S. Americans. Such as
are you doing the beauty contest winner?
Yeah,
a lot of Americans that aren't in night gangs, such as U.S. Americans.
Oh my gosh.
Therefore,
I feel so bad for because I think I would say have just as much skill in a if you put a mic to my face. Yeah, it's like I hope I don't sound like that's probably me though.
Hey, you know what they call that? Munchausen syndrome.
Munchausen.
Oh, I love it.
You know when you freeze up and when they put a mic in your face?
That was my U.S. Americans moment today.
Yeah,
I have a lot of those.
I absolutely adore it. Yes, and I will say for anybody interested on either side of the cancel culture aisle, if you play these live videos backwards, we're actually saying a prayer to Satan. I just wanted to throw that out there.
Wow.
But it's only if you play them backwards at like half the speed, and then it says some really dark things.
You gotta play some Satan records.
Actually, if you play these broadcasts backwards, we're saying really intelligent things.
Right,
that's a good point.
With good points, and we wrap it up tightly.
Whereas forwards, you might be under the impression that none of us know what we're talking about and we're idiots.
And backwards, most of us like Big Bang Theory, but there's one of us who really just thinks it's terrible.
Yeah, that's true. And it's completely Corey. He can't stand it. All right. So I think this was a fun hangout. We're going on 4 hours, and it's like close to 2 a.m, at least on our end of the system here. So I just want to kind of do a go around and have everybody tell people where to find their work. If somebody sat through this, listened to our whole 4-hour stream, congratulations to you. You win a prize.
Congratulations. What is going on in your life?
Oh, who's in here? Jake's still here. Thanks for sticking around.
Josh, take the leadership and you call us out, and we'll do that.
All right. So I'm gonna first let's start with. I'll just go in the order I'm seeing it in. So Chris, where can everybody find your work? Where can they see your brilliant poster when you're done with it?
I'll put it up on my Instagram at sketchboy01. My website's chriskawagiwa.com, but it's a lot of letters. So if you type in just sketchboy01, I'm pretty much there for Twitter and Instagram and Facebook and stuff. And Kitten Rivet is my wife and I's dual group thing. And if you go to kittenrivet.com, you can check out some of the interviews I did recently called Convention Crossing. So we talked about how much we miss conventions, and it was just a little holdover till we can actually meet in person, which is hopefully soon.
I am really excited about conventions happening again and all sorts of fun stuff like that. I was worried we lost Jim. He was going to be the next
for a
person
moment. I don't know what happened.
Well, I think did your phone just start going, "What are you doing, Jim?"
No, I'm actually on my computer. So this time was the lizard people. So
love it. All right, so actually, speaking of lizard people, where can people check out your brilliant cartoon about lizard people? As well as what you're currently
on Amazon Prime, you can watch my film Infinity Pool, as well as 3 other of my projects. So I'm a 4-time Amazon guy right now. So
okay, did you say projects?
I didn't think I know that, Jim. That's awesome.
Yeah. So
really
you
cool.
check that stuff out, and just go to jimluhan.com. That'll take you to my YouTube page, because I'd use technology to do that, to point it that way.
Wow.
Pretty slick. And I had a really good time. It's just really fun. Thank you for having me on the Meth Gang. And we'll go from there, you guys.
That's not what the logo said. It's not
and somebody's got to say Munchausen before we go.
Or at least Stockholm, something.
All right, so
the same thing. The same thing.
The same thing. I think it's the same thing.
Same thing, pretty sure.
I adore it. All right, and then Corey, where can everybody check out your brilliant animations and stuff, and where can they learn about Munchausen? I'm just curious where that.
So I've done a satirical animation about Munchausen syndrome that you can watch.
Corey's muted. His muted colors.
What's that?
What?
Oh, sorry.
Corey, use sign language.
Use sign
I can hear
language?
Jim.
Yeah, I
can
can.
you
I can hear him, Jim. Did you
Jim,
mute him?
can you hear me now? If I get uncomfortably close to the microphone, can you hear me now? I'm just gonna talk into the microphone.
This is like a
Is Jim frozen, or is
weird
he?
ASMR thing.
I'm just moving.
Oh, okay. All right.
I'm just
I was in
stunned
fear.
by my deep resonant voice.
All right, so Corey, so everybody can check out your stuff at CoreyKerr.com, and Corey Kerr you can find on YouTube as well. And you can also check out Corey and I at the IRSagency.com, where we review books, and you can probably check out the after parties on our channels as well. So,
yeah, I'm doing Mondays. You guys should come because it's going to be not serious and depressing.
Excellent.
Yeah, that is pretty cool.
Yeah, because that one last week was a downer.
I liked it, but yeah, I'm gonna be the guy that brings the stupid, weird, campy stuff. You guys can bring the intellectual, expanding stuff that like helps society, and I'm gonna bring the stuff where it's just dumb and weird.
Well, if I'm ever invited back, I'm gonna mix it up. It'll be something totally ridiculous.
Good.
Yeah. I love it. But that should be cool on Monday. And then Gary, where can everybody find your work?
You can find me on Instagram. It's Dinosaurs vs Marsbots, Dinosaurs versus Marsbots. And if you go to my Etsy store, just to let everybody know, my latest comic, V vs. M 1997, I think there's like 5 copies left. So now's the time to move on it.
And it is worth every penny, and it's actually a pretty darn fair price for it. So go pick it up because it's a lot of content.
Like a 60-page comic for $12 or something. That's not bad.
Yeah, that is not bad at all, and it's good. It's very like pulpy and fun, but also very takes the characters seriously. It treats its characters with way more dignity than. Oh, now I'm blanking out. I was going to do a callback too, and I can't even remember the name of that terrible show we were all making fun of.
Big Bang Theory?
Oh, the Big Munchausen Theory.
It's called the Big Munchausen Theory.
All right,
it's fun. It's sci-fi. It's action. There's some alien stuff. There's some dinosaurs. There's some Men in Black. It's set in Stockholm. It's very exciting.
Really? How many copies do you have left?
I have like 5 left, I think.
Okay, well now you have 4.
1 single left, and
you
then
have 4 left now. I just bought them.
Look at that! Look at that!
Oh.
Fantastic! I'll throw in some little extras.
And Gary's comic is one of those comics where it's like I knew Gary before reading his comic, and I was like, you always think like, okay, when you like somebody, you get along with them, you're like, I hope I like their work, right? And when I read it, I was like, oh, he's really good. Like it's not something just because we're friends or anything like that. It's like sincerely just really good work. So
it's very kind. That's very nice.
Yeah. Whereas for everybody else here, it's totally just because we're no, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
Pure friend loyalty.
Yeah.
No. So thanks to everybody in the chats, Mama Soto, Adam Laurie, Jake Twister, and everybody else who's kind of watching this. And I hope you guys all have a productive art week, and we will see you on the next live stream. So
yeah, this is a lot of fun.
You're vaccinated, you don't want Munchausen.
That's right? True. That is true.
See you later.
Night.
That is the longest